X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cold and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you. Now, before I switch over my camera, while I have it set up in quite the scuffed way, it's a little bit thrown together. I will definitely get it looking a lot more clean and well hung, Pepe. But check this out. Democracy wins this day. Democracy has won. Today, chat. For Super Earth, it has arrived. I'm currently hanging it from a hook that was already stuck in the ceiling, and a thumbtack that has been pushed in my wall. This could fall over any second. It very well might during stream. That'd just be funny. But I will eventually get this, like, nailed into the wall with nails and a hammer, and it'll stay up. And honestly, I'm thinking the next flag I buy will be an NCR flag. I'm thinking on the other side of that flag, like not next to it, because I don't know if there'll be enough space, although maybe next to it. Maybe I'll like push that one all the way to the right, and then maybe between there and the door, I can fit an NCR flag. That's my goal. An NCR flag and a Super Earth flag. Is that flag Hamas? Oh, an Enclave flag? You mean like the bad guys of every Fallout thing ever? Okay. I mean, hey, it's your choice. Disney is pretty much Thanos in terms of it being undefeatable. True. Can't stop Disney. They're just a blob of money at this point. So good to see all of you, though. Welcome, welcome. Hey there, Angel Brad 87. Good to see ya. Did you uncrease the flag? I didn't uncrease it. Like, I didn't iron it or anything. But I did the next best thing, which is, like, manhandling it and, like, crinkling it and uncrinkling it and, like, waving it around and getting the creases out. And now it, like, it hangs. I mean, it doesn't look creased. I mean, I guess there's some evidence of creasing there, but not much. It just mostly looks like it's hanging, you know? It's got that texture to it. I think it looks good. So, yes. I guess technically I uncreased it. I didn't think to, like, do anything with that other than just sort of... I've been fucking around with it a lot over the last few days, so I don't have any creases left in there. I've rolled it up a few times. I waved it around a little bit. Might have worn it as a cape. Don't ask. So good to see all of you. What's up, Transgender Gal, Ride the Rails, Angel Brad 87, Lefty Jenna, Galaxy Bomb 42, NB Cham, TSW the Shadow Wolf, Perry Icefire, Lefty Jenna, I've already said your name. Snake Lover, what's up? Ride the Rails, good to see ya. Summer Star, nice to have you here. DeLancer, how are you? Circuit Dog, what's up? Welcome, welcome. It's so good to see all of you. Welcome back. What is going on, everybody? I'm so... Did you yell at the people on the phone? I've not done that because apparently last night in Seattle there was a big power outage while I was live. And that could explain why my internet was being fucky. If, like, an entire, like, sector of Seattle's power got knocked out by a drunk driving accident. Yeah, someone somebody veered into a pole, or I think somebody got T-boned into a pole. I don't know all the details, but you can probably Google it, because this was big news. But, literally last night, there was a big accident in Seattle, and it knocked out a bunch of people's power, and I guess that could have affected me, even though I didn't lose power when it comes to my internet. I guess my internet service provider could have been affected, which would make sense, Xfinity. But outside of that, I'm going to give it one more chance. If we have a smooth stream today, then no problems. If not, then, yeah, tomorrow I'll have to call them, which is my day off, which is ideal to call them, since I can just... If they don't pick up, or they don't give me a good answer, or they ask me to call again or something, I can continuously call throughout the day and not have to worry about stream later and needing to get my internet fixed before I go live. Lol, what the fuck? Is YouTube throttling right now? No, nothing like that. Just stuff with my ISP that's been bothering the stream the last couple days. Nothing happening right now, but it tends to spike up when I do gaming streams, but we're not doing any gaming later today. After segments today, we're going to be moving into the Discord server and doing another watch party of From. We're going to be watching episodes 4, 5, and 6 at least. So, pretty hyped for that. Season 2, Episode 6 time. Oh, you guys are gonna be... You guys are not ready for that shit if you haven't already seen it. Net neutrality is coming back. It is indeed. I'm quite excited and happy about that. Alrighty. War Penguin, thank you so much for the tier 1 gift sub to Galaxy Brain 42. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope Galaxy Bomb 42. I'm so sorry, Galaxy Brain. Galaxy Bomb 42 appreciates the gifted sub. Thank you. Said, I like you. Have a sub. Aw, what a wholesome moment that just occurred in my chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And of course, you guys don't have to donate, sub, gift a sub, or really spend any money at all to support me. If you guys want to boost the channel for completely free and with very little effort, simply hitting the like button, that is that little thumbs up button, on all my videos, streams, and VODs really helps a lot. So if you haven't done that already, please consider it, because it really means a lot to me. Episode 6, Season 2 is so good, man. Y'all in chat are not ready. Yeah, they're not ready. They're not ready. God, almost 100 people here already. Welcome. It's good to see you here. Guys, I am so excited to get a new camera for quail content, because once I get a new camera for quail content, it also acts as a new camera for gun content. I've been putting off actually doing gun videos until I have a good camera, because a lot of guns are, you know, small moving parts, and you want a nice camera that can capture detail. A lot of detail, like, slowed down when you like, use slowdown in editing. You want to be able to slow down footage and get a lot of detail out of it. That kind of stuff. You need a good camera for gun content. And one of the guns that my next gun will be this. It's not going to be for a while. I'm not buying another gun for quite some time. I've already got my Glock. But, when I do buy my next gun... Sorry, I had to burp. When I do buy my next gun, and I will make videos with it, many videos, it is going to be this. I am pretty certain this is what the Ghoul's gun was modeled off of in the Fallout show. This is a revolver shotgun. It's chambered in .410, which is like considered a little baby shotgun caliber. It's the kind of thing you load into like a single or two shot shotgun, and maybe you give it to like a kid or something, or like your friend who's never shot a shotgun before to kind of like experience the basic of what it's like. But they're also long and thin, and that means you can do something like this with them. Check this shit out. I need this. It is a revolver shotgun. Dude. It's smoking. Love that. I love guns that smoke after you shoot them. My Glock doesn't really do that. I mean, a little when you open the chamber afterwards, but not really out of the barrel. Dude. You want to see the... Here's the lemon test. Here's what it does to a lemon. Pops that thing. There's no worry about how powerful it is. I need to tell you about the mag-fed revolver that shoots triangle bullets. I don't believe that's real. A mag-fed revolver. Oh yeah, here's what it does to a cantaloupe. Sheesh. There you go. I want that. I need that. I need it in my life, chat. Please. Sexy gun? Yeah, it's really good. I want one. I want one real bad. I want one real bad, but it costs $700 bucks. But that's still... I was expecting it to be 1,000 or more. So when I saw it was in the same price range as the gun I already own, I was like, yes. 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 What is this? Oh, fuck. I heard about these. It's technically a revolver. Oh, what a silly gun. Dardic Tround. It's real. I see it. It's real. What a silly gun. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want to spend any, like, firearm amount of money on a, like, goofy firearm, you know? You can call that, like, revolver shotgun goofy if you like, but tell me it's not awesome. Plus, .410 is some pretty cheap ammo. So it's a cheap range gun that you can go to the range and buy, like, I don't know, like 5 bags of onions for, like, what, 30 bucks for 5 bags of onions? I don't even know. They're pretty cheap to buy bags of onions these days. Some of the cheapest produce you can get. Set them up on a log or on some rocks at, like, an outdoor range, and then make them fucking explode, shooting at them with slugs and birdshot. Go so hard. You ever watch Scalagrim? Yeah, I do. Scalagrim is probably my favorite HEMA. Is that the term for it? HEMA channel? His content's pretty good. He's, from what I heard, pretty progressive as well. I think his partner is non-binary. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've heard him reference his partner, word for word partner, and use they/them pronouns. So that's what I've kind of gathered. Maybe I'm just assuming, but I mean, that's the vibe I get. So Scalagrim, at the very least, comes off as progressive and not chuddy and weird, which I appreciate. He's chill, based, yeah. He seems chill. He doesn't seem like he's a Shadiversity type, you know what I mean? Who's played Deep Rock Galactic here? Never me. I haven't played it, but I heard it would be a fun game to try out. I've had people try to sell me on it in my friend group, and I might end up buying it and trying it out if I find myself at a loss for games to play it, you know, at some point. I've heard it's a little like Helldivers and a little like, Lethal Company and a little like, any, like, mining resource collecting game combined, if that makes sense. Century Arms makes a cool 1887 lever-action shotgun for cheap, PW87. I appreciate the recommendation, but not really looking at anything like that. Although maybe I would get my would it be neat if I made my gun channel focused on like affordable, like reasonable consumer cost guns, like solid high quality reviews and like pros and cons videos and testing of different guns that are within like the 100 to 300 price range, like the actual, like the guns that most people who own guns are going to be buying, and just like keep it in that budget range for the most part, so that my videos can act as a good guide for people trying to get into guns primarily. Because you watch gun content now and it's all about, look at the crazy gun I made. Like made, you know, either 3D printed or outright like fucking machined out of metal. Or like, look at this crazy prototype gun that I got my hands on that none of you will ever see with your own eyes in real life unless you go to some biggest gun show in the country, and you go there. Like, I think that'd be some good content. I would love that for real. Yeah. I think my first video is probably going to be something along the lines of why you should get a Glock, or why your first pistol should be a Glock, and explaining why I think it was the best for me, some of the things I think are kind of drawbacks as warnings, and give it like a fair shake, but with my clear bias stated, so people, you know, it's like, this is what I prefer, and here's what I like about it, but here's what I don't like about it. Use that to kind of judge whether or not you want this to be your first gun, you know? I'm playing Dragoon while listening to you right now. Nice. DRG, that could not mean Dragoon. I see DRG and I immediately think Dragoon in FF14. Am I correct, Snake Lover? Deep Rock Galactic, my bad. Final Fantasy brain poison got me, guys. I've got the bugs are back. The worms are back. Everyone I know who owns a gun owns a SIG, Zan. I will get a SIG eventually. But guys, the Glock is amazing. Let me... My shirt's all dirty. I was doing yard work earlier. Look at this beautiful firearm. It is the quintessential gun. Google gun. Google gun. And go to Google Images. This is what you will see. You will see this. This is what you will see. These striations. This shape of slide. This trigger guard. If you Google gun, you will almost always see this as a result in the images. The quintessential gun. Alright? I don't care what you say. This is the gun. When people think gun, they think of the Glock. Probably of exactly this, the Glock 19. Also, this is Boyd's gun. Boyd has this exact gun. And that makes it superior. This is the kind of gun that gets you through horror movie scenarios. So, say what you want. I like the Glock. And you guys can keep on sucking off SIG. You can keep SIG's dick real deep down your throat. But I don't give a fuck about Glock as a company. All I care about is the fact that Glocks, the guns are nice. It's the hymn of guns. Yeah, I don't care what anybody says. I'm a Glock stan. A stan of the Glock. Zan says we can suck his Glock. Yeah. But yes, Glocks are cool. They really are. It's just, it feels nice to use. Like, the striations really dig into my thumbs in a way that's not painful, but gives a lot of traction, so pulling the slide back for really any purpose is super satisfying and easy and, like, reliable and, you know, mechanically satisfying. I don't know how else to word it. The only drawback of the Glock that I could really complain about is the trigger. And that's so easy to replace. I could take apart this thing right now in less than a minute and show you, like, okay, so here's where you take the trigger out if I want to do that, and then you would just drop a new one that you bought at the store in, put this pin back in, or I think it might be a screw, and there you go. You're ready to go. You got a new trigger. And it's going to be smoother. It's going to feel better. It's not going to be all, like, plasticky. Kind of feels like two pieces of plastic grinding together. A little cheap when you pull the trigger on a Glock, which is a little bit of a problem for some people. I don't mind, but I could definitely see it being a problem if I got used to shooting like a SIG or a bunch of revolvers, stuff with like those nice, hard, smooth metal triggers. But yeah, I'm not a snob about guns though. I'm really not a snob, and I don't think most people are, which is why I think my insight might be a little unique in the gun community on YouTube. Cry of Fear taught me how reliable a Glock can be. How often do you pull out your sidearm in a first-person shooter and it's a Glock? Exactly. Exactly. How often do you pull out your sidearm in an FPS game and it's either a Glock 19 or a Glock 40? It's always... Never? Fuck you. It's literally one of those two 50% of the time. Otherwise, if you're playing, like, as a Russian or something, it's like a Makarov, you know? Like some old shitty World War II era, like, Cold War-ass looking gun. My sidearm in FPS is a minigun? I don't know, I played COD a fair amount. Not as much as, like, a lot of people my age did back in the day, but, like, I played a decent amount of COD. I played COD 2, Warfare 2, Black Ops 2. And I played Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare. And I'm pretty certain when you played Deathmatch, when you took out your sidearm, by default, that they had you just pulled out a Glock 19. I'm pretty sure. Like, in most modern shooter games, that's your go-to sidearm. Maybe now it's a SIG, though, because the military just adopted the SIG as their go-to sidearm. We're not getting stuck in a gun stun lock, though. Will the gun channel be connected to your main channel or standalone? I think what I plan to do is make a second channel that's going to be like my passion project, not super serious channel. YouTube suppresses the fuck out of gun content and doesn't particularly treat channels that don't stick to a particular, like a certain niche, like loyally all that well. Like YouTube's algorithm is not very friendly with that. So I think I'll make a second channel. It'll be like more Xanderhall or something like that. And that'll be where gun content goes. It might be where quail content goes. And, I don't know. I think the quail content might still go on this channel. We'll see. But yeah, stuff that I'm not so sure will do well and that it's not doing well might harm the main channel. And not in like a you guys won't like it, but in a YouTube won't like it kind of way. That's going to go on a separate channel. So any potential algorithmic downsides to doing untraditional content won't hurt my main channel. Because if I upload one video that gets like 200 views, YouTube will nuke my fucking recommendations in the algorithm. Like one video not doing well, and I notice it for the next 5 uploads, dude. That's how bad it is with YouTube. You gotta keep your videos doing well for your videos to continue doing well. You know what I mean? Yeah, kind of like the Vosh Pit channel, where that's for stuff that's like, man, I want to get this stuff off my chest, but this might not do well on the main channel, so let's just put it on a second channel where the stakes are low. That's probably what the thought process is there. They've been disabling comments on hella gun tubers right now. Yeah, GunTube gets it pretty raw, unfortunately. Yeah. Sag. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you, and it really helps. I really appreciate it. Said, saw a Cybertruck on my way walking back from 7-Eleven to my Section 8 apartment. If I ever become a rapper, I'm putting that as a bar about how I used to be poor. That would go hard as fuck, Pepper T21. I think you could be a rapper. You've got some pretty solid bars. You're just like freestyling about From in the chat whenever we do the watch parties. I think you could do it. Have you guys seen Courier Flow? I wish we were doing, well, I like that we're doing From today, but this would be more fitting if we were doing Fallout after segments today, but I'll show it anyway. Courier Flow.
No.
Courier Flow 6.
I be riding Cazadors when you bitches can't even handle Mentats. I registered such a gratuitous amount of him that the Vitamatic started moaning when I touched it. Butt be so sticky you can catch bloat flies on it.
Oh.
I cleared the bowl so hard last night that it burned Nipton to the ground. I got so much money that I make Heck Gunderson look like a Legion slave.
So fucking funny. I love that Fallout New Vegas has crossover with every single fan base of every property ever. Kind of like Breaking Bad. Like, New Vegas and Breaking Bad are one of those, like, things that just have crossover with every other fan base. There are crossover memes with every piece of media. With Breaking Bad and with New Vegas. One of the connector pins for my Dracel Beyblade combo broke, so I had to take a different blade base that I don't use and use that so that my Beyblade doesn't break. Well, that's some good craftsmanship, the TSW Shadow Wolf. I hope your Beyblades stay forever unbreakable. Thank you so much for the kind words so far, everybody. I'm gonna update the dono goal really fast. And by the way, chat, if you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It's totally free and helps a lot. But if you want to support the channel directly, it really helps if you donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, or support me financially. However way you choose, but the list goes as follows: YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, and buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, if you haven't already, you should consider joining the Discord as well, since we are doing a watch party directly after stream today. And of course, I do want to say, if you are somebody who's contributing through donations and contributing financially, I am currently saving up for a camera and quail coop because the quail content is coming soon. And the camera's also going to be used for other cool types of content, such as my normal streams. I'll just have it mounted up here, and I'll be able to do gun content with it, so I'm quite excited for that. And, if you didn't know, if we hit $300 on the dono goal for this whole stream, once we hit that, I put on a onesie, and I wear it for the entire rest of the stream, no matter how overheated I get. And it is quite funny, especially if I'm doing segments in the onesie, because then I upload them, and there's no context of why I'm in, like, a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie, and everyone's like, what the fuck, you know? I've not watched the interview, but I do plan to watch it eventually, Red Canoe. Made a meme about From. This is so true. What if WhatsApp was in Fromville? If Jim had WhatsApp? Sarah, where's Ethan? Jade, what the fuck is that symbol? Boyd, the worms are back! Randall, bus asshole. Man, fuck you. Tabitha, help, I see demons. Freaky creature, smiley tongue, I need cock. The one that tries to convince, or that does convince the guy to open the window. To Colony House. That's a great meme. Did I hear the good news? Did I hear the good news about Helldivers? Yes, I did. We won. Democracy won today. The tyranny that is communist Sony has fallen to the just liberal democracy of Super Earth and its brave Helldivers. Well, that will be clipped, lol. Would I say that'll get clipped? I'm 100% him. Yeah, Sony got fucked. We love it. There's actually a really cool fan-made, like, rallying march for people to mass harass Sony and fix this problem. And I love that. I love that the Helldivers community is like this. Within a day of this drama being a problem, someone made this shit.
In shadows dark, Orlando pressed by tyrant's grip, we were possessed, but united we rose in steadfast stand against the oppressor's iron hand. We died as one against the foe, for we died together or not at all. Through chaos and strife we stand tall. Victory is ours, ever lead the call. With hearts aflame and spirits bold, we fought as one, our story told. Through darkest nights and fiercest fight, we forged our path to freedom's light. We died as one against the foe, for we died
07.
together or not at all. Through chaos and strife we stand tall. Victory is ours, ever heed the call.
I love Helldivers, dude. I love it. The community of Helldivers is the best thing to come out of the game, and that is saying a lot when you consider how amazing the game is. Honestly, the Helldivers deserve this W. They had such better luck than the #SaveTF2 movement. Yeah. Yeah, we did it. Helldivers, we've accomplished our goal. Praise Super Earth. Yes, General Brash. Glory to Super Earth. GRXY Paradox, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. Said, you should cover WDW Pro, Valiant, Renegade, and Co. I don't know what that is, but if you drop a link to what that is in the website, or not website chat, YouTube chat, I might check it out. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Slashy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Said Tucker Carlson, unaired segment, YouTube link.
Did you know that in terms of male, human, and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 3 feet and 3 inches tall and 63.9 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human dicks. And with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with one. Due to their mostly water-based biology, there's no doubt in my mind that an aroused Vaporeon would be incredibly wet. So wet that you could easily have sex with one for hours without getting sore. They can also learn the moves Attract, Baby Doll Eyes, Captivate, Charm, and Tail Whip.
Who wrote this and where do they live? Because the FBI needs to know.
Along with not having fur to hide nipples, so it'd be incredibly easy for one to get you in the mood. With their abilities water absorb and hydration, they can easily recover from fatigue with enough water. No other Pokemon comes close to this level of compatibility. Also, fun fact, if you pull out enough, you can make your Vaporeon...
Wait, this was a copy pasta, right? Wasn't this originally a copy pasta? Like, somebody on the internet posted this, and this has been, like, okay, yeah.
Turn white. Vaporeon is literally built for human dick. Ungodly defense stat and high HP pool and acid armor means it can take cock all day, all shapes and sizes, and still come for more.
Yeah. I definitely should go to therapy, I think. I've been, like, weighing whether or not I should see a therapist. And I think that's what kind of pushes me over the edge of that decision, and I should probably see a therapist after having to witness that. I've seen some shit now. Good God. Genuinely, whoever wrote that could not have been trolling, right? Because it gets to a certain point where it stops being funny and it starts just being gross. And the grossness is kind of funny because, like, it's gross out humor. But at the same time, it's like, dude, this is... Like, how can you write that ironically? How can you think that up? Like, mull over in your brain, like, what's the most disgusting shit I could say about like a dog Pokemon? Alright, I got it. And, like, references to the stats, Rule 34. Exactly, it's gotta be someone who's into that shit that wrote that. Not someone writing it ironically. It was from 4chan. Oh, yeah, okay. Yep, that tells me all I need to know. Yep. No, they weren't high. Anyway, Zan, wanna drop a link to that Helldivers fan song you just played? I already closed it, but it's called, We Dive Together, I think? Or, I don't know, something along those lines. Just look up Helldivers fan song. Guys, it's YouTube. YouTube's not that bad with its search stuff. Something like that. They're foxes, not dogs? Well, foxes are dogs, aren't they? Yep, there it is. Wait, is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Yep, that link is it. You did it. You found it. Good shit. Angel Brad 87. Good shit. Alright, everyone. It's time to get the scroll out. And for us to look at what we're covering today. Do I have it upside down? I always have it upside down. I don't know what the deal is with this scroll and me always picking it up and automatically opening the upside down side. It's a scroll. How can you They're made to be impossible to have upside down, but well, not really. I guess they're actually very easy to have upside down. There's several dimensions of upside down you could have a scroll, actually. Never mind, that was very stupid. What are we covering first? Ooh. I've got a good first segment for the day. I'll be pulling out the magic scroll. Let me bring something up real fast. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So guys, if you've been watching me at all lately, even in the last year and a half, then you've probably seen me, at some point, want to bring up some niche clip, or image, or meme, or Twitter post that is very relevant to a point I'm trying to make, and it went viral. It was very popular. It should be easy to find, naturally, considering how many times it's been posted, how much engagement those posts have gotten, and yet, it feels as though you have to sift through miles of bullshit on Google these days when you make a search in order to find anything. Now, I've wanted to make a video like this for a while. I've complained a lot about this problem, that it feels like everything is lost media on Google now, but I never really had a solid reason to make a Google rant. And people have asked for the Google rant, and this is going to be it, because today, I stumbled upon a blog post. It's not necessarily like a mainstream news article, and there could be false stuff in here, I guess, mistakes and stuff, but the person who wrote this seems to be pretty well known and respected, and they seem to have done their research, and what they've written seems really interesting to me, and perhaps quite relevant to why Google search has been so garbage for the last year or so. Let's look into it. It's called The Man Who Killed Google Search. This is the story of how Google search died, and the people responsible for killing it. The story begins on February 5th, 2019, when Ben Gomes, Google's head of search, had a problem. Jerry Dishler, from the VP and General Manager of Ads at Google, and Shiv Venkataraman, then the VP of Engineering, Search and Ads on Google properties, had called a code yellow for search revenue, due to, and I quote, steady weakness in the daily numbers and a likeliness that it would end the quarter significantly behind. For those unfamiliar with Google's internal Scientology-esque jargon, let me explain. A code yellow isn't, as you might think, a crisis of moderate severity. The yellow, according to Stephen Levy's tell-all book about Google, refers to, and I promise that I'm not making this up, the color of a tank top that former VP of Engineering Wayne Rosing used to wear during his time at the company. It's essentially the equivalent of DEFCON 1, and activates, as Levy explained, a war room-like situation where workers are pulled from their desks and into a conference room where they tackle the problem as a top priority. Any other projects or concerns are sidelined immediately. In emails released as part of the Department of Justice's antitrust case against Google, Dishler laid out several contributing factors. Search query growth was significantly behind forecast, the quote timing of revenue launches was significantly behind, and a vague worry that several advertiser-specific and sector weaknesses existed in search. Here's the full quote, or I guess the full excerpt. I should note that I previously and erroneously referred to the code yellow as something that Gomes raised as a means of calling attention to the proximity of Google's ads side getting too close to search. The truth is much grimmer. The code yellow was the rumble of the raw economy, with Google's revenue arm sounding the alarm that its golden goose wasn't laying enough eggs. Gomez, a Googler of 19 years that built the foundation of modern search engines, should go down as one of the few people in tech that actually fought for a real principle, destroyed by and replaced with Prabhakar Raghavan, a computer scientist class trader that sided with the management consultancy sector. Most confusingly, one of the problems that was that there was insufficient growth in queries, as in the amount of things people were asking Google. It's a bit like if Ford decided that they were doing poorly because drivers weren't putting enough miles in their trucks. Basically, Google realized it had a problem. They were making less money due to the fact that people weren't using their Google searches as anywhere near as much. And so the very few ads that at the time would be shown to you upon making a Google search, they weren't generating nearly as much revenue for Google. And so they decided they needed to solve this problem back in 2019. Anyway, a few days beforehand, on February 1st, 2019, Kristen Gill, then Google's Vice President Business Finance Officer, had emailed Shashi Thakur, then Google's VP of Engineering, Search and Discover, saying that the ads team had been considering a code yellow to close the search gap it was seeing, vaguely referring to how critical that growth was to an unnamed company plan. To be clear, this email was in response to Thakur stating that there is nothing that the search team could do to operate at the fidelity of growth that ads had demanded. Shashi forwarded the email to Gomez, asking if there was any way to discuss this with Sundar Pichai, Google's CEO. Isn't it interesting? Like, why the fuck is there like so many people running Google whose names I can't pronounce? I don't want anybody to interpret this like as a racist thing, but it's like, isn't Google an American company? Why does it seem that like people from Poland or fucking Europe, people from like Southeast Asia and stuff are at all the high positions of power in this company? Yeah. It almost seems like this could be some fucking like Google content farming out to other countries. Their names are Indian. I genuinely couldn't tell you. Polish names? really fuck me up. You guys have seen how angry I get about Polish names. I can barely pronounce them. When I have to pronounce a Polish name, or in some cases, like Russian and really Eastern European names as a whole, I'm going to be completely honest, everything from Poland and east of there, I can hardly pronounce those names. I sound like a toddler having to sound out words for the first time. Vosh has a Polish name. I can't pronounce Vosh's last name. I still pronounce it Kokstinki. Ukrainian? Yeah, there's definitely some Ukrainian names I cannot say. Like, it takes practice. Do you think you could pronounce... how many of you pronounce Kyiv correctly? I'm not getting into this. I'm not getting into it. We're not stun locking here, but regardless. I wonder if there's, like, some sort of... like, content and data farming thing going on here. Because we know TikTok is farming data back to China, like the Chinese government, like guaranteed. I wonder if some country or countries are currently essentially in control of Google. If, like, the right people are in power, and how much of our data is going to a select set of countries. Because we know TikTok is doing that. I wonder if that's happening with Google now. Google's traded hands so many times. Who the fuck even runs the company at this point? I've never heard of these people. I can hardly pronounce their names. And like, it's not a nationality thing. It's why the fuck do I not know these people who run the company I work for? You know, why are their names not plastered on walls and as known as Zuckerberg or Elon or anybody else who's a rich asshole who has a lot of power who should be held accountable? Anyway, on February 2nd, 2019, just one day later, Thakur and Gomez shared their anxieties with Nick Fox, a vice president of search and Google assistant, entering a multiple day-long debate about Google's sudden lust for growth. The thread is a dark window into the world of growth-focused tech, where Thakur listed the... Thakur? I don't know how that's pronounced. I genuinely thought that was Russian. Where Thakur listed the multiple points of disconnection between ads and search teams, discussing how the search team wasn't able to finally optimize engagement on Google without hacking engagement. This is where it's gonna get fucky. A term that means effectively tricking users into spending more time on a site, and that doing so would lead them to abandon work on efficient journeys, in one email. Fox adds that there was a pretty big disconnect between what finance and ads want and what search was doing. Guys, what they're saying here is they are eliminating what you're actually searching for from your search queries, from search results. Like, let's say you know for a fact there is a very specific YouTube video you want to watch, and so you search for it. Google knows you are searching for that specific video, and so will not show you that video in results, and will make you search several different combinations of the same key phrases and keywords to get that exact result you're looking for, because they are trying to artificially, or as they call it, what was the term they called it? Hacking engagement. They're trying to keep you searching over and over again with their algorithm to boost the amount of searches, and of course, remember, a bunch of these results are ads. A bunch of the results that are coming up are ads, and simply looking at them is making Google money. Is it starting to make more sense now? Why nothing has been findable these days? Why everything's lost media now? Because Google knows exactly what the fuck you're searching for when you type something into the Google search bar, and they're hiding it and forcing you to search it over and over and over again so you look at as many ads as possible, something they're being sued for, by the way, breaking their own ad TOS. With the way they show ads on their Google search algorithm, and fucking you over. Other search engines exist. Other search engines do exist. Do with that info what you will. I'm just here to give you the info and to show you guys that it turns out I haven't been crazy this whole time. Google has legitimately gotten insanely worse, and there is, like, some bullshit behind this. When Gomez pushes back on the multiple requests for growth, Fox added that all three of them were responsible for search. That search was the revenue engine of the company, and that bartering with the ads and finance teams was potentially the new reality of their jobs. So essentially, if you were an engineer working on the search engine stuff for Google, you were seen as a second-class citizen to the people in charge of ads and, like, making money off of ads. And you had to, like, do anything you wanted to do as someone in charge of that side of Google had to be approved of or fought with by the people in charge of ads and monetization of the engine, the search engine. Damn, why do you keep missing notifications that Zan is going live? Well, probably because the company that we're talking about right now is shitty and is not telling you that I've gone live. Please be in the Discord server so that YouTube actually tells, or not YouTube, but you find out that I've gone live at least, you know? On March 22nd, 2019, Google Vice President of Product Management, Darshan Kentak, would declare the end of the code yellow. The thread mostly consisted of congratulatory emails until Gomez responded congratulating the team, saying that the plans architected as part of the code would do well throughout the year. Prabhakar Raghavan, then Google's head of ads and the true mastermind behind the code yellow, would respond curtly, saying that the current revenue targets were addressed by heroic RPM engineering and that core query softness continued without mitigation. A very clunky way of saying that despite these changes, query growth wasn't happening. Basically, people aren't searching for shit as much, or at a higher rate, day by day or year by year. The SEC is suing Google, I think for violating their own terms of service on ads, yes. I think you're right about that. A day later, Gomez emailed Fox and Thakor on an email he intended to send to Raghavan. He led by saying he was annoyed by both personally and on behalf of the search team. In a long email, he explained how one might increase engagement with Google search, but specifically added that they could increase queries quite easily in the short term in user-negative ways, like turning off spell correction, turning off ranking improvements, or placing refinements, effectively labels, all over the page, adding that it was possible that there are trade-offs here between different kinds of user negativity caused by engagement hacking, and that he was deeply, deeply uncomfortable with this. He also added that this was the reason he didn't believe that queries were a good metric to measure search, and that the best defense about the weakness of queries was to create, quote, compelling user experiences that make users want to come back, meaning actually make the search engine work. That's what it's called, guys. The thing that is at fault for why Google search sucks so fucking much now is engagement hacking. That is what they call it at Google. They're tweaking the system to fuck up our results, so we are forced to give their search algorithm more engagement to find what we're desperately searching for. Eventually, products need to get worse to continue to get profitable. Eventually, there's diminishing returns on improving a product and getting rewarded for it with positive outcomes in the market. Eventually, cutting corners is the only way to get ahead in the market. That's one of the fatal flaws of capitalism. Cutting corners, snuffing out competition, that's how you get ahead in capitalism. Not a fair market sort of battle where may the best product win, may the person who is most capable of undercutting their opponent win. No, it's all about cheating. And that's never good for the consumer. Never, ever. In the March of 2019 core update to search, in the March 2019 core update to search, which happened about a week before the end of the code yellow, was expected to be one of the largest updates to search in a very long time. Yet when it launched, many found that the update mostly rolled back changes, and traffic was increasing to sites that had previously been suppressed by Google Search's Penguin update from 2012, that specifically targeted spammy search results, as well as those hit by an update from August 1st, 2018, a few months after Gomez became head of search. They reverted a bunch of features back to pre-2012 patches to make Google suck, so we'd have to use it more to find what we're looking for and give them more money and higher stats in the query statistics. Well, I'm guessing The timing of the March 2019 core update, along with the traffic increases to previously suppressed sites, heavily suggests that Google's response to the code yellow was to roll back changes that were made to maintain the quality of search results. A few months later, in 2019, Google would roll out a redesign of how ads are shown on the platform on Google's mobile search, replacing the bright green ad label and URL color on ads with a tiny little bolded black note that said ad, with the link looking otherwise identical to a regular search link. I guess that's how it started, hitting their numbers following the code yellow. In January 2020, Google would bring this change to the desktop, which The Verge's John Porter would suggest made Google's ads look just like search results now. Notice that lines up perfectly. 2020. 2020 is exactly when this started to be a problem. The timeline's matching up perfectly. 5 months later, a little over a year after the code yellow debacle, Google would make Prabhakar Raghavan the head of Google Search, with Jerry Dishler taking his place as head of ads. After nearly 20 years, who is this Dishler guy? I've never heard of Jerry Dishler before. These are high up people at Google, and they should be known, like, widely, by name, so that they can be held accountable, and people can mass harass their Twitter accounts when they do this kind of shit. With Jerry Dishler taking his place as head of ads, after nearly 20 years of building Google Search, Gomez would be relegated to SVP of Education at Google. Gomez, who is a critical part of the original team that made Google Search work, who has been credited with establishing the culture of the world's largest and most important search engine, was chased out by a growth-hungry managerial types led by Prabhakar Raghavan, and a management consultant wearing an engineer costume. So this code yellow went into effect. All the red lights at Google went off, and everybody was essentially ordered to find a way to fix this problem with Google search being so good that people were using it less because they were oftentimes finding their search results instantly. So they said, we gotta fix this problem of our product being too good and make it worse, so people have to use it more to get what they want out of it, and thus we make more money. Because once again, the best way to win in capitalism is to cheat. Hell, that almost sounds like Hitler. Yes, Google is Hitler. A quick note. I used management consultant here as a pejorative. While he exhibits all the same bean-counting, morally unguided behaviors as a management consultant, from what I can tell, Raghavan has never actually worked in that particular sector of the economy. But do you know who has? Sundar Pichai, who previously worked at McKinsey, arguably the most morally aberrant company that has ever existed, having played roles both in the 2008 financial crisis, where it encouraged banks to load up on debt and flawed mortgage-backed securities, and the ongoing opioid crisis, where it effectively advised Purdue Pharma on how to growth hack sales on OxyContin. McKinsey has paid nearly $1 billion over settlements due to its work with Purdue. I'm getting sidetracked, but one last point. McKinsey is actively anti-labor. When a company brings in a McKinsey consultant, they're often there to advise on how to cut costs, which inevitably mean layoffs and outsourcing. McKinsey is to the middle class what flesh-eating bacteria is to healthy tissue. Well, turns out the people who are at the top of Google that we've never heard of before, turns out they are pieces of shit. These emails are a stark example of the monstrous growth at all costs mindset that dominates the tech ecosystem. And if you take one thing away from this newsletter, I want it to be the name Prabhakar Raghavan, and an understanding that there are people responsible for the current state of technology. These emails, which I encourage you to look up, tell a dramatic story about how Google's finance and advertising teams, led by Raghavan, with the blessing of CEO Sundar Pichai, actively work to make Google worse, to make the company more money. This is what I mean when I talk about the rot economy, the illogical, product-destroying mindset that turns the products you love into torturous, frustrating quasi-tools that require you to fight the company's intentions to get the service you actually want. Oh my God! Have you ever heard a more succinct description of the state of Google search? The problem with late-stage capitalism, what late-stage capitalism is, the first sign of it being, like, untenable, is that the products that you love start to be made worse because that is more profitable than making them better and competing. And all of a sudden, society is regressing across the board because nobody wants to innovate. Everyone actually wants to not just reinvent the wheel, but, like, flatten the wheel, like, make the wheel worse, because if they sell a bunch of shitty wheels, they make more money than selling a bunch of good, forever wheels that last forever. That's late-stage capitalism. When all you have is profit incentive, eventually, you can't, broad society can't function and thrive off of that. And sure, Google's search engine isn't really that big of a deal, but when it gets down to something as simple as the fucking wheels being so cheap and, you know, breakable that you have to buy a new wheel for your cars every 2 months because that is what is more profitable for these companies, you need government regulation. This is where government regulation is necessary. There is active malice for the sake of profit involved here. And I don't know what you could write into the law to make this illegal, but whatever it is, this should be against the spirit of the law at least. This is a fucking problem. At least I know I'm not going crazy, and Google has actually been getting worse. YouTube search, Google search, all of it has actually been getting worse, and I'm not crazy for thinking it's impossible to find stuff now and everything's lost media. Anyway, I'm really curious to hear what you guys think of this whole situation. Please comment down below because I love hearing what you guys think about this stuff. And of course, your comments do boost my videos and channel in the algorithm, which I very much appreciate. And of course, if you also want to support me, but for completely free, you can drop a like or a thumbs up on my videos, VODs, and streams, regardless of when or where you're watching. It really does help a lot. It's like a cattle prod on YouTube, forcing them to push my content in their broken-ass algorithm, which really does help a lot, especially in these days where Google is actively breaking itself to make itself worse for them to make more money, and we get to suffer, you and me. So, your likes really help a lot. And of course, if you want to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, you can, and you will not miss anything from me, hopefully. Fuck you, Google, but hopefully. And of course, if you want to see more from me, please consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description. I've got tons of different places that I post, and it's not just YouTube, so hopefully you join me there. And of course, if you want to support me directly, financially, which is the best way to support me, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, you can join my fan Discord. It's totally free. It's the hub of my fan base. We do watch parties, call-in streams, game events, and I announce all my uploads and videos there, or streams there. So join it. I want to see you there. We're doing a watch party of From after stream today, so I hope to see you there. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed, and yeah, have a good one. Hell yeah. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Infuriating but necessary segment. I think that was a great segment. The definition of asshole design. Yeah, literal asshole design. Absolutely amazing segment. Aw, thank you. I've heard literally no one else talk about this at all. Like, literally no one else talk about this. I might be the first person to talk about it. And I think I'm going to call the video something like, Why Google Search Sucks Now. Or maybe, You're Not Crazy. Or Google Search Sucks Now, You're Not Crazy. What do you think would be better? You're Not Crazy, Google Search Sucks Now? Or, Google Search Sucks Now, You're Not Crazy? Good seg, but perhaps cut the name pronunciation comment from the beginning. It could be interpreted negatively. True. Some people just freak the fuck out at me for anything they can nitpick. That's true. Although then again, they'd have to accuse me of being racist against Polish people to do that. And frankly, Yeah, I'm racist against Polish people. I'll own up to that. No, yeah. I don't like the Polish. I'll invade the fuck out of Poland. Everybody wants to invade Poland. You think I don't too? You think I'm unique? I'm not unique. I want to invade Poland just as much as everybody else does. Why? If you conquer Poland, you conquer Europe. Xbox record that? Lol Zan, you goofball. Listen, Putin wants Poland. Hitler wanted Poland. I'm sure Mussolini wanted Poland. Every dominating world leader wants Poland, okay? I want Poland too. And I know you all want to invade Poland as well. If you could invade Poland and conquer it, you would. Ah, my nose, it itches. Xanderhall, true, I want Poland because they hate the gays. True, we gotta conquer them and stop whatever bullshit they're doing over there. Gurnatath, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Thank you. Said, just heard about the PSN requirements getting dropped. Managed democracy prevails over tyranny once again. Yes, it does. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the $5, my fellow Helldiver. Thank you. I'm gonna update the dono goal really fast to reflect your kind generosity, guys. Alrighty. Napoleon wanted Poland too. Yeah, everybody wants a piece of Poland. What can I say? Alright. What are we covering next? I must consult the scroll. Okay. PC gamers made death threats over PSN requirements, not an honorable victory. I'd say it's an honorable victory, but the people who sent death threats... Also, it wasn't PC gamers, it was everybody who was upset about this. Like, the players in other countries that can't have PSN accounts, and thus were going to lose their paid copy of the game. Death threats aren't good unless they were at Sony executives in Minecraft. But the people who were sending death threats to the devs on the Discord and stuff, of which they were getting a lot, to be fair, that's some bullshit behavior. Literally, my entire segment talking about this problem was complaining about dev blame, which is this trend online right now centered around focusing harassment on devs of games for any perceived slight the player base has. You guys have heard me complain about this a lot. It wasn't a PC player thing, it was a Hold on, what was the meme? Let me see. The people who were mad about this were the people mad on behalf of and/or citizens of the following nations. Let me find this. Here it is. Oh, this is so funny. Oh, this will probably get me copyrighted. Maybe, maybe not. Will I get copyrighted for this? Here it is. Which countries can't play Helldivers 2 anymore, Sony? Sony.
Haiti, Jamaica, Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Guyana, Belize, Bermuda, Bahamas, Tobago, Suriname, and French Guiana, Barbados.
Wait till he gets to Africa. There's no cuts.
Albania, Iraq, and Iran, there's Syria, Jordan, both Yemen, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, and Bhutan, Bangladesh, Mongolia, the Philippine Islands, Sri Lanka, New Guinea, Tunisia, Morocco, Uganda, Angola, Zimbabwe, Djibouti, Botswana, Mozambique, Zambia,
There's no cuts.
Gambia, Guinea,
There's like
Algeria,
none.
Ghana. Burundi, Lesotho, and Malawi, Togo, the Spanish Sahara is gone. Niger, Nigeria, Chad, and Liberia, Egypt, Benin, and Gabon, Tanzania, Somalia, Kenya,
I used to
and
be able to
Mali,
do this
Sierra
entire
Leone,
song.
Namibia, Senegal, Libya, Cameroon, Congo, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, Rwanda, and Cayman, Mauritania, Monaco, Palestine, Fiji, Sudan.
He said Palestine, fucking based. Anyway, yeah. Basically, a lot of people were upset, and I think it was pretty justified. A lot of people who paid for the game were gonna lose access to the game for no fucking reason, just because Sony said so. Death to tyranny. Yakko says free Palestine. He would, yes. No, he absolutely would. If you think Yakko Warner wouldn't be in favor of a free Palestine, then you don't understand him, okay? He'd be in favor of a free Palestine for sure. He'd be chanting from the river to the sea. I really gotta pee or something like that. My mom asked me, can dogs eat bananas? Can dogs eat bananas? Let me Google this. I think they can. Can dogs eat bananas? Yes, dogs can eat bananas, and many enjoy the taste, says Dr. Burst. Bananas are high in sugar, so limit this snack to a few bites, but go ahead and let your dog indulge in a little tropical sweetness from time to time. One caveat, be sure that any fruit you share with your dog is just the raw fruit itself. No peel, none of that little seed on the end or whatever it's called. It's very high sugar, and all the warnings I'm seeing is that, like, if you have a small dog, limit it to, like, 1 or 2 little slices. It's a nice little sugary treat, maybe, like, 1 or 2 slices once a week, but outside of that, it won't kill your dog, it won't get them sick, but it's junk food. It's like giving your dog McDonald's. It's a nice snack, and they'll go crazy for it, apparently, but you don't want it to be a consistent, like, staple of their diet, or you're gonna have a fat dog, you know? A fat, unhealthy dog with high cholesterol or something. Don't give my puppy the gout, Mom. Gets the gout from a fucking banana. Literally impossible. It's the opposite of how you get the gout. It's probably how you cure the gout, to be honest. Anyway, not the gout. God, the gout seems like such an awful thing, you know? I always used to worry about it, because, like, when I heard about it for the first time, I was like, wait, I like eating a lot of salty meat. Like, half my diet is salty red meat. Am I gonna get the gout? And my mom was like, no, my 14-year-old son, you are not going to get the gout. You're on the swim team. Yeah, I was, Do not feed dogs grapes. Dogs cannot eat grapes or raisins. It is super deadly. More deadly than chocolate. Because, like, nowadays, most chocolate is fake chocolate. There's so little real chocolate in most chocolate bars you buy that your dog could probably eat a chocolate bar and be fine because there's so little real chocolate in it. Don't recommend it, though. But, yeah, you'd be surprised how little real chocolate is in most stuff that you buy that is chocolate. But grapes and raisins, which are the same thing, will kill your dog. No grapes, onions, and garlic, also a really good thing to bring up perpetually wrong. Those are bad for dogs. Do not give your dogs anything with onions or garlic. So no pizza with, like, garlic crust and stuff like that. It's bad for your dog. Citrus is apparently bad for your dog. Didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. Chocolate is known. Caffeine is also well known. No, caffeine is really bad for dogs, so no caffeine tablets. If you, like, have a dog lick one up off the ground, it's really bad. Get them to vomit it up immediately. Is it the acidity of the fruit? I have no clue. It might, yeah. Some of this is, like, bad for them in the sense that it'll make them shit their brains out and vomit, and it won't kill them, like, from poisoning, but it'll make them dehydrated, and that oftentimes kills dogs, because they don't know that, like, they're terminally dehydrated, and you'd have to take them to the vet and get them fluids, you know? You just want to avoid all this stuff. Be very on top of what your dog eats, and only feed them, like, dogs get really used to a diet, like they get very used to, like, a normal, regular diet that they know, and you don't want to make it too weird, where it's like they're used to a thing, and then you change it up, or it's constantly different things, because that can very quickly lead to your dog just having very big digestion problems. And like I've told you guys before, like, half of dogs are allergic to chicken, so if you feed your dog chicken regularly, and your dog regularly has diarrhea or vomits, that's why. 50% of dogs literally can't digest chicken. It's a coin flip whether your dog has this problem. I did not know that. Well, now you do. I'm glad I could tell you. Some cats are also allergic to chicken. Yeah. Even red meats, you have to rinse them really well to be safe for pets. Yeah. I like giving dogs people food because they love it. They really love it. But you gotta be sparse about it because contrary to what you might believe, people food is not more healthy for dogs than dog food. Like, dry kibble for dogs, pretty healthy for them. But, like, you know, sometimes dogs have pretty fragile, small teeth, and you know, you want to give them something softer, so canned food is usually better. What I usually go for is just beef. Packaged ground beef, pan-cooked until it's well done. You don't want to medium rare it, because that can allow some stuff to stay behind, and that can be bad for dogs. And usually a side of that with, like, a bowl of kibble is usually, like, mix it in even. And dog's gonna be pretty happy. Who the fuck gives a dog caffeine? Caffeine is a xanthine. I'm not saying anyone's giving their dog caffeine. I'm saying if your dog, like, if you drop a caffeine pill on the ground and your dog runs and licks it up, get them to the vet and have them pump the dog's stomach, right? Like, that. There's scenarios where the dog could eat something it's not supposed to, and that don't involve the neglect of the owner. Sometimes mistakes are made, you know what I mean? Nothing but canned food will rot their teeth pretty fast, too. Damn, there's so many things you gotta know about taking care of a pet. Thank you for telling me this stuff, though, guys. I love making my streams sort of like a hub of learning new things, even from the chatters. I learn all sorts of stuff from you guys. You know that, right? Like, I'm sure you guys learn stuff from me, but I learn stuff from you guys all the time. And I appreciate it a lot. Collectively, you guys have far more knowledge than I do. Way the fuck more. All right. All right, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Guys, this is the funniest headline ever. Gina Carano confirms she's still willing to work with Star Wars despite $75,000 lawsuit. I believe she was having Elon fund that, by the way. Guess that didn't work out considering Elon is losing money non-stop when it comes to Twitter. It is yet to come even close to breaking even or making a profit. It's actually losing him more and more and more and more money, catastrophically so. It's really bad for him. He lost his position as the richest man in the world because of it, I believe. But speaking at a Fan Expo Philadelphia panel, Gina Carano has assured attendees that she has no ill will towards Disney. She called them, like, pedophiles and groomers, if I remember correctly. Has no ill will towards Disney and would be willing to work for Star Wars again. Mind you, before she was suing Disney to try to force them to rehire her, now she's asking nicely because she's run out of all other options, I suppose. Played by Gina Carano, the character of Cara Dune promised to be an important one for the future an important one for... Can I not read? What the fuck? I'm zooming in. It's hard to follow these lines when it's white on black text, to be fair. That was until Disney chose not to renew Carano's contract after a series of controversial social media posts. Carano has filed a lawsuit against Disney, funded by Elon Musk. Yep, I was correct about that. Yeah, it was bankrolled by Elon. According to Carano, there is no malice in her heart towards Disney. Speaking at a Fan Expo Philadelphia panel, she discussed whether she'd be willing to work for Star Wars again, and she insists that she has no ill will towards her former employers and would be happy to return. In fact, Carano claims she only started to speak out because she wanted people to know what was going on. So at no point, it turns out, was she upset at Disney or mad at them? She never wanted to take them down. Turns out this whole time, she's just wanted to speak out. And she has no ill will towards Disney at all for firing her. Any of this, the lawsuit, nothing. She talks like she chose to leave in the first place. Yeah. Is she likely to return to Star Wars, though? To be fair, it's clear Carano wants to get back to Star Wars. Her lawsuit doesn't just seek at least $75,000 in punitive damages, she's also hoping for a court order that would force Lucasfilm to rehire her. While her comments at Fan Expo Philadelphia seem like something of an olive branch to Disney, this doesn't really feel likely. Disney has invoked First Amendment rights, claiming that the studio is entitled to protect its own creative speech from association with Carano's views. This doesn't sound like an agreement on the cards. Looking beyond that, it's unclear where Gina Carano's character would even fit into the ongoing Star Wars story. The character would have starred in a now cancelled Rangers of the New Republic spinoff, and the story appears to have been repurposed into The Mandalorian Season 3. This ended with Din Djarin, spoilers I guess, essentially transformed into as a Ranger type figure, warring to support the New Republic and hunt Imperials. Cara Dune's story would seem to be over, and she wouldn't be a good fit anymore. It will be fascinating to see how Carano's lawsuit plays out. She is the first one to take advantage of Elon Musk's funding to sue an employer, claiming she has been penalized for exercising her legitimate freedom of speech rights. This is uncharted territory for Hollywood, meaning the outcome of this lawsuit will set a precedent for employers all across the United States. She may be unlikely to return to Star Wars, but she'll continue to have an influence and an impact. God, that sounded like it was written by AI to some extent, but Jesus. Dude. Gina Carano shit-talking Disney and now begging them to bring her back will never not be funny. That's actually hilarious. Hold on, is there a video version of this? Tell me there's like a video version of this. What? Yeah. What? Let's see. She apparently just did an interview. An exclusive interview with Nerdrotic. I'm not even joking. Wait, she's so washed. She's hanging out with these fucking losers? Wait, she's actually washed. Dude. How do you go from being as famous as she was at one point to being the lady with the shitty camera in this group? We've got the chud alcoholic guy who makes drinking his entire personality because there's nothing else unique about his content. The pick-me girl, the pronouns guy, the Shadiversity, the other Geeks and Gamers guy, Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, and 1/4 Black Garrett, because there has to always be a little racism on screen, otherwise you don't know what you're watching. How dare they have the map of Middle-earth in the background, by the way. They are tarnishing that beautiful... I need a big-ass tapestry of the entirety of Middle-earth to hang up on my wall. I've got my Super-Earth flag, I need to get my NCR flag, and then I need my Middle-earth tapestry map. And I'll be happy. I'll be able to die happy, looking at them in my deathbed.
Naked on screen if we don't make it
to 20. So
yeah.
Right now, save us. I'm already wearing no pants. Okay.
Like, isn't it weird how these people that used to just be seen as the drunk losers that would complain about shit no one cares about and minorities, how because of the internet, these sort of failures of people can kind of come together and make a community where they can laugh and have fun together and feel like they have the popular opinion. Oh, 1/4 Black Garrett is part of Crowder's crew. You're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I've heard Crowder mention him.
Okay, I ain't got no pants on.
Wait. Honestly, who has no pants on?
That's gonna help viewership, Gina.
Wait, do you know why the quartering's not here? Don't you think it's weird that their usual guest on this show, The Quartering, isn't here? Do you guys know why? the quartering's not here in the Gina Carano interview? Oh no, don't you dare, YouTube. Yep, Reddit always comes in clutch. I think this clip might have something to do with why the quartering may not have been allowed onto that program there. I'm covering him up right now, which I absolutely don't want to do. Very relevant clip. That's Gina Carano right there. The quartering is he's telling his fantasy right now. This is him going over an interview he did with her, apparently.
Gina and I could do an excellent on-screen romance where, like, I'm the best friend. I'm like her best friend, but I pine after her. And then she just keeps banging all these other dudes. And then I'm, like, all sad. And then she, like, realizes that I was me all along. And that she comes to, and then she comes to realize it. And then we live happily ever after. Like, I think we could do that. I mean, that's what I think. I just mean, like, I think it's there. She could just keep hooking up with fit dudes, MMA dudes, and then, like, they don't make her laugh, They don't get her. And then there's me. I'm just like, oh, hey, Gina. Oh, you look tired. Did you bang another dude tonight? Oh, sweet. And then, like, my heart's breaking, Gina,
so yeah, he's got a little bit of a cuck fantasy about Gina Carano. So it doesn't surprise me that he may not have been allowed onto this podcast here. Let's see. Does this get interesting at all?
Being wedding that stayed together by the time they got to Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. Okay, it's funny because.
So you know how, like, everybody talks about Mahler's, like, podcast coverage and stuff like that being like 12 hours or whatever, and these people making like 12-hour podcasts where it seems like they're just complaining about minorities. The fact is they're actually not. A lot of it is just them being drunk and giggling and laughing and stun locking. A lot of it is just them stun locking. So they're really buffing out a lot of the time with just nothing of substance to actually respond to, because they're not even talking about politics. They're just like chatting to pad out time.
Because it's true.
It is true. You're the one with Sydney Sweeney. Is that the one?
Yeah, very mid comedy, but it made a lot of money.
Was it good though?
It was mid. It was mid.
I mean, for guys, it has tits, and so they think it's great.
Yeah,
that is true.
She leans into it as well. She does. She leans into it, and she seems. I don't know anything about her.
Dude, how do you? Oh my god, you know what I really hate? There are women. Where can we get like a screen where it's just them? Yeah, here we go. The fact that, like, normally you would expect this just to be a group of these like grody dudes getting together to talk about women and like essentially joking and like making weird snide comments about women and sexual comments, all that stuff. And you'd think there'd be like no woman would be capable of just like sitting through that and finding that entertaining or funny, right? And yet, you got the pick-me's here. Gina Carano, who's desperate for money, and whoever X-Ray Girl is. And it's like, damn. Unfortunately, guys like this will always have some small population of, as they'd say, females to validate their opinions, because they see women as like a different species. And these pick-me girls that just kind of buy into the shit they say and go, yeah, it's totally true. Women suck. Yeah, fuck them. They see them as like traitors to women that are like outing the secrets of women that they won't say out loud. And when they know women like this that'll like laugh along and enable this type of behavior, they see it as evidence that there is a broad social agreement among women to claim a certain set of things, to claim to believe a certain set of things, and that some women are willing to take the quote-unquote societal punishment, like Gina Carano, to speak out, quote-unquote, and reveal that they aren't on board with this woke stuff. Really cringe stuff. Does this get interesting? Let's see.
This is it. And I was like, that should be in the garbage. I want to light that thing on fire. I was like, if you would like, I would come back from the dead if you put me in like that. I mean, it was just so awful. And I'm like, it's almost that degrading. Like, you would have to put on something just to get into this like fashion group, and you hate it. And it's just like, I don't know what it is. It's just so, it's clicky, and I've never been good at it, I guess.
It's probably one of the men in Hollywood is wearing that now, Gina.
Yeah. Gina, I don't want you to name names, okay? But I'm just curious how many people from the industry have reached out to you in private and said they support you, and has that kind of been overwhelming to you, or has it been surprising to you from that perspective? Because
I'm going to guess, because they have to play into the narrative that they are the silent majority, they're going to try to do some like Fallout show, like the communists are taking over Hollywood type narrative, where it's like, nah, we are the silent majority. Pretty much everybody agrees with me, but they're so scared to speak out. Bet she says that.
even us, we're nobodies, and we have like random people reaching out to us because we're retarded. But you're obviously super respectable, so I'm sure respectable people are reaching out to you. So how has that been for you?
Don't say awe to him, Gina. He is retarded. Okay.
I actually do believe that. I've never had like a famous actor or anything reach out to me at all. Unfortunately, the left online is like honestly in the worst state it's been in since Gamergate, I'd say. Pretty much across the board. If you like use Hassan, the largest lefty figure, as a metric, for example, even he's falling off and dropping in numbers. Not even like growing slowly or not growing at all, losing subs and losing growth over time. And I don't like Hassan, but that's still like a good representation. There is a fair amount of like famous people on the right that are willing to like collab with these fucking nobody weirdo nerds. And it's one of the things I'm worried about as far as like internet culture war bullshit, because as stupid as it is objectively impactful on real world politics. It can impact entire elections.
Okay. No, yeah, 100%.
He's more like
he's retarded. I mean, look at him.
You clearly don't watch my show. Yourself as.
Why would I do that?
Yeah, there's nothing of substance here. I'm really glad to see that Gina Carano's gotten so desperate that now she has to like go onto these shows and like play up to their audiences while simultaneously saying she has no ill will against Disney. Please hire me. Please hire me. I'll drop the lawsuit if you hire me. God, she's so desperate. I want to hear what you guys think of all of this. Do you think Disney's going to rehire her? Do you think she's going to find any decent place in the community of acting and making movies and shows, or is she just going to be completely fallen off forever now? I'm really curious to hear what you guys think. Comment down below. It also helps the channel a lot when you comment, because all engagement is a big boost, so I do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to support the channel, dropping a like or a thumbs up really does go a long way. No matter what, when, or where you're watching, every thumbs up like cattle prods the YouTube algorithm into pushing my stuff out to more people. So I really, really appreciate it. And of course, if you haven't already, consider subscribing and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And if you haven't already, and you want to see more from me on my other social medias, follow them down below in the description. They're all linked there. And if you want to support me financially, directly, you can do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. We have some pretty cool merch. It's pretty funny as well, so go check it out, even if you're not going to buy some. It's worth seeing it, at least. And of course, if you want to join my free Discord, it is completely free. It is my fan Discord. It's the main hub of my fan base. We do watch parties, game events, call-in streams. I make all my announcements for uploads and streams there. You won't miss any of those announcements if notifications are turned on for it. So definitely join. I hope to see you there later today, actually, because we're going to be doing a watch party of From Season 2, episodes 4 through 6 tonight. Maybe a couple more episodes if we have a lot of people there at the end of episode 6. So that's kind of determined on how many people show up. So show up if you want to be in for a long one. Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to see you guys there, and I hope you enjoyed. What time? At the end of stream. Probably in about 3 hours. Can we watch Party Invincible or the Fallout show? Probably, maybe the Fallout show. I don't know. I want to like do it with shows that we're keeping up on, and if it's one that's about, maybe we'll keep up with Invincible. Like when Invincible season 3 is dropping, we'll watch party seasons 1 and 2, and then watch party season 3 as the episodes come out. God, sorry about that. Sometimes I just get like hit with an attack of burps, and I just have to stop and burp like several times, or it's just gonna like bother me and I won't be able to speak. It's weird. Do you like FF7 or not your style of games? Just never played it. I'd probably like it if I did though. Invincible's really good, War Penguin. I highly recommend it. The Quivering getting mad at people making fun of his cuck fantasy? No way is that what this is.
Who posted my nudes on Twitter.com? Oh no. Oh no, they put it all the way on the fucking islands. Now everyone's gonna know about my secret egg dick.
What?
Where do you think you're going, cucker?
I don't talk to people whose dicks are less than 3 inches.
Listen to me, motherfucker. I know about yours because listen, we don't need to talk about my dick like that. Listen, I just take pride in my egg-shaped dick, okay? Now I'm gonna go leave because my dick is actually the nose of this fucking machine. Please behave yourself. Who posted?
I gotta watch that whole fan dub thing one day. It genuinely does seem funny. Jesus Christ, Lancer. I'll write that down on the scroll for next stream then. You haven't already? No, I haven't. I've just seen clips. You mark this topic off and add the new one. Was it Arizona? Abortion ban. Okay. That's just what I'm writing down. So it's easy to... I'll know exactly what it is that I'm covering just from reading that, you know what I mean? Into the scroll it goes. Although, wait, hold on. I forgot to check. What should I cover next? I haven't Lonely Ghost. I guess that will be our next topic then. Alright, I gotta use the restroom really quick. I will be right back, okay? Be good while I'm gone. I'll be gone for just a second, but be good nonetheless. I'm back. I actually know nothing about the Drake-Kendrick beef, and I'm actually going to be learning about it on stream with you guys. So glad to see you all here. Welcome, welcome. What's up, guys? Good to see you, good to see you. SpaghettiOs. I sure love me some SpaghettiOs. Hell yeah. All right, really quick. All right, one sec.
Get full episodes of The Damage Report as a podcast.
Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I have to be completely honest with you guys. I could not tell you if I have ever heard any Kendrick Lamar song or any Drake song. I'm sure I have, and I'm sure I even thought, yeah, that's pretty good at some point. But not really a fan of either. I'm going into this as possibly the most unbiased person you could possibly be. This is my most how do you do fellow kids segment ever, despite the fact that Drake has been famous since I was in elementary school. But regardless, I think Kendrick Lamar has too, to be honest. I think both of them have been famous for longer than I have had access to the internet, you know? Anyway, all I know about Drake, to be honest, is, famous music artist, but also I have some negative connotation. This is actually a 5-year-old drama, apparently, and I managed to find a damage report video about it, but it shows the clip in this video, which is what's relevant. But Drake did a concert at one point where he brought a fan up on stage and did something so inappropriate to do with a fan. And then the worst case scenario of how that could turn out ended up being the case.
Get full episodes of The Damage Report as a podcast.
Here, I'll get to this bit.
R. Kelly, Under the Gun, new documentary, Surviving R. Kelly. He's not the only one with some bad news, though. Old video of Drake that has previously been available, I hadn't seen, of him at a concert. A little bit questionable. Let's take a look.
18 then. Oh, man! Yeah, she was 17, was she? Oh, no, Drake dated a 17-year-old. Is that alleged? How old was this? Oh, yeah, she's 17. Okay. Millie Bobby Brown, and they didn't date, but he was really close. Yeah, okay, wait. I know what you're talking about now. He was super, weird and, always around Millie Bobby Brown when she was, 16 and 17. She's 11 from Stranger Things. Mind you, this is, sure, an actress. She's famous. Sure, there's some relation there. But, guys, there's nothing that a, 25, 20-something-year-old is going to be getting along with a 17-year-old girl like that for, or a 16-year-old girl like that for. He dated a 16-year-old model. Yeah, it's just there's no innocent motivations there. It's just creepo behavior, you know? I don't know. Every bit of evidence I've seen has given me a negative opinion of Drake. Oh my god, and I forgot how fucking weird he was in this video. It's so creepy. I thought it was just a quick, a hug. A normal quick hug, and then, maybe he surprise kissed her. I never saw this video, guys. I just saw, this famous, screenshot. The one where... I didn't know that it was this fucking weird. I just seen, the screenshot on Twitter and heard that he'd done it. You might want to cut it before... Wait, why would I cut it before? This was posted on YouTube by John Iadriola. I can't pronounce his name. This is on YouTube. It's disgusting. But fuck, I mean, this is why this drama's happening, is it not? Is this not what incited this shit? You don't want to see a... Yeah, I guess I get you there, PP Girl 420. It is pretty unsettling. But yeah, like, hold on, can we see the aftermath? Yeah, here's the aftermath and how fucking awkward it was. I think that was him finding out she was 17. Was that the crowd and him finding out how old she was just then? Girl, I'm 17, Drake, nice. Is that what he said? Is that what happened there? Yeah? Dude. I'm glad most of the crowd is going, whoa, 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 whoa. I imagine I would hope most of the women in the crowd are going, whoa, 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 whoa. No, you're trolling? Oh, my bad. Okay, well, don't do that when I ask a serious question. Is that what's happening? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Hate the Drake. Yeah, no, he's asking, you're 17, why you look like that? Yeah, no, I think that's what just happened. What the fuck? He said nice and the crowd was booing. Yeah, the appropriate reaction to him saying nice to that. Good God. He said you thick? God damn it. No, he's a fucking creepo. You should feel very guilty. I like the way your breast feel against my chest. He's being so fucking creepy about it. I just want to thank you. Oh.
Okay,
so
there
you go.
It's
hard. Jesus Christ. He knew she was 17. He knew. He was okay, yeah. No, all right, Kendrick's right. Nope. Okay, so Kendrick's just objectively right. Like, just straight up. We already know everything we need to know. Kendrick's in the right. I do want to get some, like, background info, though, because I don't know a lot about either parties or their history and, like, why they have beef outside of that, unless it's literally just Kendrick pulling a Nicholas Cantu and just, like, calling him out because moral issue. This is a video from The Root. It's 5 hours old. Drake vs. Kendrick Lamar, a brief history of a beef. Let's learn. Spill the tea on me.
Early on in Kendrick's career, early on in Drake's career, they worked together. They were cordial. Kendrick was on Take Care.
I'm feeling like a suicidal terrorist, react like an infant whenever you are mentioned. Mind over matter.
Okay, so they've collabed.
Drake was on Good Kid, Mad City, and it was kind of.
So these are ex-friends. This isn't even like two strangers who know each other because they exist in the same industry, the same community, like music production. These are people who were friends with each other beefing right now. So this is like ex-friendship beef. That adds even more. It's personal, is what I mean to get at here. This is a personal beef. Of course, Kendrick's right. He made King Kuta? What is that? Well, IDK, if I'd call them friends, more of acquaintances. Well, they collab together, dude. That's serious. Collabing on a song. It's a song? Okay. Never heard it, but sounds cool. But like when you collab on a song, that's a lot of work. That's not like a quick thing, I feel. That's usually like you got to be pretty close to do that, right? Drake kissed her twice. Oh, I skipped one kiss and then he kisses her at the end. So he kissed her twice, once before and after he knew she was 17. Yeah, no. Drake's a pedo. Kendrick's just in the right here. I have already made up my mind. I've made it very clear how little bias I had going into this, like in favor or against anyone besides what I already had seen of Drake, which I guess you could say poisoning the well, but I mean, whatever. Who cares? But no, I think Kendrick's in the right, guys, and I've never known, I don't know anything about him, and he's in the right. I'll show you King Kunta later before we begin From. Okay, I might be down to listen to it. Not before From, though, because I want to get the watch party going smoothly, but later I'll listen to it. All right, let's watch.
Kind of cool. They're cool. Nothing heinous towards each other.
Really hope you play this, cause oh girl, you test my patience with all these seductive photographs.
They collabed multiple times.
But obviously Kendrick did the Control verse with Big Sean and Jay Electronica, and he called out a lot of people: J. Cole, Meek Mill, Wale, Mac Miller, Tyler, a lot of people, and he called out Drake.
But this is hip hop, and them niggas should know what time it is. And that goes for Jamaica, Big Crit, Wale, Pusha T, Meek Mills, A$AP Rocky, Drake.
But Drake was the one that.
When was that? So when did they break up?
Tyler, a lot of people, and he called out Drake.
But this is hip hop.
Yeah, but when? Hold on.
And he called out a lot of people: J. Cole, Meek Mill, Wale. Did the Control verse with Big Sean and Jay Electronica, and he called out a lot of
all these seductive photographs and all these one-off vacations.
But obviously Kendrick did the Control verse with Big Sean.
Did it show? Yeah, they didn't show the date. Damn, I guess we don't get a date for this, sadly. I guess I could look it up. Control by Big Sean. Release year 2013. So it seems like the earliest evidence of Kendrick and Drake beefing is 2013.
Pusha T, Meek Mills, A$AP Rocky, Drake.
But Drake was the one that seemed to really catch feelings off of that. It was like, nobody's gonna ever work with him, and basically was like,
okay, I know one other thing about Drake, and he is known for feelings. He is known as like the emotional guy, and then people make memes of him crying and just goofy memes of him and about him being like emotional or girly. And I always thought they were like homophobic memes or something. I don't know. Like they always came off as slightly homophobic at least. But yeah, I believe that. I believe that Drake got emotional about it.
You know, I don't mess with this guy. And then Kendrick came back again, if you recall, on the BET Cypher.
I'm about to crack the Da Vinci Code, yeah, and nothing been the same.
Okay, 2013 again.
The sense of the rapper back in his pajama clothes. Ha ha, jokes on you.
He was taking a shot at Drake there, and then it's kind of been like a back and forth of like subliminals, nothing super direct. And then Kendrick came back recently, a couple months ago, on Like That, the Metro Boomin Future song.
Yeah, get up with me. Sneak this and first person shooter. I hope they came with 3 switches.
Now, this is not confirmed or anything like that, but a lot of people speculate that Kendrick was supposed to be on first person shooter with Drake and J. Cole, you know, the whole big 3 thing. And Kendrick may have even alluded to it on Euphoria, where he said, you know, I might have missed that feature request, you know, there's some stuff we have to address, so that may.
Ooh. Wait, why would he shit talk him in music but not be upfront in interviews? Interesting. Huh.
They have alluded to that, but a lot of people speculate that it started over Kendrick being like, I don't want to be on first person shooter, and Drake feeling the type of way about that, and Kendrick basically coming on Like That, taking direct shots at Drake.
Mother the big 3, nigga, it's just big me, nigga, boom. I'm really like that, and your best work is a light pack, nigga. Prince outlived Mike Jack, nigga, boom.
And then it comes to
all right,
you know, where we are now with Drake dropping push-ups.
You ain't in no big 3. SZA got you wiped down. Travis got you wiped down. Savage got you wiped down.
The Taylor Made freestyle.
No, I'm sorry. That was repetitive. But bars is when you're. I don't think it's bars when you're repeating yourself too much. I've every one of like the songs that Kendrick was in so far have had like different, like they've actually rhymed. They've had rhymes and they've actually had like good lines and word choice. That was repeating the same line 3 times. And I'm pretty sure that's like the main thing that like carries the song, right? Bars is when the bugs are back. That is true. It is when the bugs are back. And the bugs are back! The bugs are back! The worms are back! Yeah.
Since like that, your tone changed a little. You not as enthused. How are you not in the booth? It feel like you kind of removed. You trying to let this shit die down. Nah.
Not bad. Still a pedophile, though, in Minecraft, allegedly.
And obviously Kendrick coming back with Euphoria, and now 616 in LA.
If you were street smart, then you would have caught that your entourage is only to hustle you. 100 niggas that you got on salary, and 20 of them want you as a casualty.
That's kind of the short history of it.
All right, so that's their beef. What about what was the do we have like Genius lyrics for the diss track thing that everyone's talking about? Hold on, let me check this. Can I find like the lyrics? There are 3 by Kendrick and 2 by Drake. Kendrick calls Drake and his team certified pedophiles. I'm using that. I'm using that for sure. The rap feud between Drake and Kendrick Lamar long ago passed the point of no return. It's now total war for these superstars. And Kendrick has dropped another nuke in the form of Not Like Us, which comes on the heels of Meet the Grams, which just released last night after Drake gave us Family Matters. This time around, Kendrick doubles down on his claim that Drake likes young women and straight up calls him a pedophile. The single artwork shows Drake's mansion as it would look on a sex offender map. Psst, dog. That is how... listen, guys, I'm not a doxer or anything, but if there was ever anyone so heinous that they deserved it and I had to do that, the way I would do it is I would show their house from Google Earth images on, like, a sex offender map and post that on Twitter. That's how I'd do it. Look at that. That's actually amazing. I love that. I don't think I can play it, though, sadly. Those bars come in the second verse of the track, produced by Mustard and Soundwave. Here's Kendrick lobbing accusations at Drake and his buddy Baka, not nice, who was arrested on human trafficking charges in 2014. Dude, Drake has a friend who was arrested on human trafficking charges. Say, Drake, I like you. I hear you like 'em young. You better not ever go to Cell Block 1. To any bitch that talk to him, and they in love, just make sure you hide your lil' sister from him. They call me Chubbs, the only one that get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party, playing with his nose now. And Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? Certified lover boy. Certified pedophiles? Those are some bars. Those are some pretty serious bars. I feel like I add to the effect by reading it and, like, listen, there's no way I can read the... How do I read these? How do I read these without just leaning heavily into the white boy thing and just read it in the most, like, Midwest fucking neutral, quote-unquote, accent I can achieve and just lean into having no flow or anything? In the third verse, Kendrick predicts Drake will catch heat on the West Coast for using AI to impersonate Tupac on his track Tailor-Made Freestyle. Lamar then implies that he's sitting on even personal information that he might use on future, even more personal information he might use in future songs. You think the Bay gon' let you respect Pac, my friend? I think that Oakland show is going to be your last stop, my friend. Did Cole foul? I don't know why you still pretendin'. What is the owl? Bird friends and burnt bitches go the audience not dumb. Or burnt bitches go, the audience not dumb. Shape the stories how you want. Hey Drake, they're not slow. Rabbit hole is still deep. I can go further, I promise. Oh yeah, he's referencing an even harsher nuke he has to unravel here. I think so. Yeah, I've got that Tom McDonald flow. Kendrick spends much of the fourth and final verse challenging Drake's blackness. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that. A running theme of this beef and comparing him to a slave owner and the way that he exploits Atlanta for monetary gain. Okay, maybe, all right, there might be a point here. Never mind. Maybe it's not some, like, weird colorism shit. Maybe it's actually, like, dude, how are you going to use the aesthetic of being black when you are extremely wealthy and exploit, seemingly Atlanta, which is a, like, not majority black city, but, like, pretty heavy black population in Atlanta, of all of Georgia, most certainly. Maybe it is majority black. I actually don't know. Is it? Chat, tell me. I don't know. I've been to Atlanta a few times, but mostly just driving around. You called Future when you didn't see the club. A what? Lil Baby helped you get your lingo up. What? 21 gave you false street cred. Thug made you feel like you a slime in your head. A what? Quavo said you can be from Northside. What? 2 Chainz say you good, but he lied. You run to Atlanta when you need a few dollars. No, you need not a colleague. You a fucking colonizer. Oh, shit. Using that lefty lingo. I like it. I like it. So, yeah, Kendrick is probably like, Google says 47.7% black. Why did you just post that in my chat? Oh, you're talking... I thought you're talking about Atlanta. I thought you were talking... Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I thought you were talking about me. I thought you'd Googled my my racial heritage and found out. I thought you guys found out. He cooked Drake's ass? Yes, he did. He did cook him. Here, I'm gonna give like I'll give a quick listen. I'll turn off the audio on OBS so I can hear what Not Like Us sounds like. Let me hear this for just a second, just a bit of it. I did not expect like a hastily, presumably hastily thrown together diss track to go this hard. Yeah, I can't sing along to this, guys. There's a good reason why I can't sing along to it. But yeah, I feel like I get what's going on now. I think Kendrick's just sort of unanimously in the right. There's actually one other part of this I wanted to talk about. It's vaguely related, but like you're probably wondering, who the fuck's defending Drake here? Who's defending Drake? Well, I can tell you who's defending Drake. Despite us having to make a video recently, kind of like, you know, praising his defense of trans people in a debate against Aiden Ross, XQC is one of the people that is currently defending Drake here. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find... Let me see if I can find it. Oh, fuck me. Okay. I'm gonna have to scroll for a second to find this. Well, I'll just tell you myself. Hopefully I don't forget any of the details. Well, XQC tweeted this. Drake cooked. Not even false accusations. He kissed a 17-year-old on stage and said it nice after he found out. They're not false. It's just, we've seen it. Unfortunately, we've seen it. Not even false accusations could wake me up from the snooze fest Kendrick dropped. No one cares that it takes 3 historians to understand the depth of the bars, brother. It just sounds lame and boring, L. You're probably wondering, what motivation does XQC have besides retardation to have this take? Well, you may be aware of what XQC gets up to a lot on stream these days, and that's gambling. A lot of gambling, and they gamble for a very particular site. I think it's Stake, specifically Stake. And it is, Stake has a tie-in with Kick, which is run by Trainwrecks, who's friends with XQC. And Stake is largely owned by Drake. It's a crypto gambling site. I don't believe it's even legal in America. So, yeah. Essentially, XQC's boss, who is giving him, I believe, the last contract. Let me check this. XQC Stake contract. Let's see how much money XQC is being paid by Drake. XQC has all but confirmed that Kick pays its high-profile streamers to promote gambling on Stake. Following Felix XQC Lengyel's non-exclusive $100 million deal to stream on Kick, the streamer now admits that he gets paid to gamble live on the platform. He has openly confessed that he receives compensation from Stake for gambling losses on his streams. So any money that XQC loses from gambling is compensated to him by Stake. You guys need to understand, there is so much fucking corruption happening in the clout streamer sphere, and it's so much money. So much money. For as much shit as I give Hassan for, like, being rich champagne socialist, he is a broke boy compared to Trainwrecks and XQC, who are currently dealing in contracts that number in the hundreds of millions. Frankly, Ninja might not be dealing with that much money compared to what the big streamers are dealing with nowadays. The top of the streamer totem pole right now is fucking disgusting. It is so corrupt and fucked. And it's crazy that it extends all the way to Drake, and that of all people, Kendrick Lamar is calling it out. But hey, I guess we've all learned something today. We've all learned something today. If you enjoyed this video, please consider commenting what you thought about all this down below. I like reading your comments and seeing what you feel about this stuff. And of course, your engagement boosts the channel and the algorithm, and it helps me a lot, and I really appreciate it. You can also do so by dropping a like or a thumbs up on the video, VOD, stream, wherever or whenever, or whatever you're watching. It always helps the channel a lot, so I really do appreciate it. Be sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube knows when I go live or upload a new video or anything like that. They will tell you. So, yeah, you can also follow my social medias linked down below. They are, they're quite awesome. They're quite based. They're quite pog. Highly recommend following. And of course, do not forget, if you want to support me financially, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also buy merch through the Streamlabs link down below. But, you know, regardless, you should just check it out because the merch is funny, even if you don't plan on buying any. And if you want to, I highly recommend you join my fan Discord. It's totally free. It's the main hub of my fan base. And I do call-in streams, watch parties, and I do game events in there. And I announce my my uploads and my streams there if you have notifications on, so you'll never miss anything. Hopefully I'll see you there. After stream today, we're doing a watch party of From Season 2, so I hope to see a lot of you there after today's stream and into the future. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Vosh is covering Israel invasion right now. Neato. I'll probably cover that after it's, you know, happened. You know what I mean? I don't like covering unfolding news that's like right now. I like to cover it once the information is more out. But somebody's got to cover the live stuff, so it's good that he's doing it. I trust him way more than most to cover that, that's kind of stuff live. Okay. Let's see. What am I covering next? Yeah, you know what? I will. Like, not during the watch party, Balth, but later, probably. Yeah, Game Master 19. I talked about that. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Very pog. Helps a lot. Very appreciated. Says Drake, the kind of guy to have his eyes pop out of his head when he sees a high schooler. Real. True. Accurate. Thank you so much for the $5. It really means a lot. It really helps a lot. Thank you for your donos. Remember, if we hit the dono goal for the day, I put on a onesie for the whole rest of the stream, and it's really funny. And I'm also saving up that money for Quail content stuff, including a nice new camera that will improve all my content. So seriously, consider donating if you haven't already. It really helps a lot, and if you can afford it, it means a lot. Only if you can afford it, though. Otherwise, hit that like button. Yo, you know what? You guys want to see something cool? I had a dream that I went to this place last night, but there's this really cool place in Florida that you could go and reliably see fireflies that number in ridiculous amounts. It's super cool. And it was always so fun to go there and catch them and like have a little jar of fireflies. There's a limit to how many you could take, I think. Maybe not, though. I think they didn't care. But gosh, it was so cool. You just get your firefly jar, you walk around, use them for light. They aren't a good light source. But it was so fucking cool. It was a spring. Let me see if I can find it. Florida fireflies. Was it Silver Springs? I think it could be Silver Springs, maybe. No, Blue Springs. I think this is it. Dude, I dreamt about going back to this place. I haven't been here since I was a kid, but I dreamt last night about going back to this place. I'm definitely due for, like, I need to do, like, a yearly trip back to Florida because I grew up there and I'm nostalgic for stuff. But otherwise, I fucking hate Florida. You go out there and you picnic through the afternoon, and when dusk comes around, you get your flashlights. And you go out in the woods, and obviously the cameras can't catch it very well, but they blink that fast. They're not continuously lit. They blink very quickly, but their blinks are so constant that they're pretty much almost always on. You know, you can easily track one and catch it. And there's a lot of them. It was so magical to see these things for the first time, because I'd never seen fireflies before. This is them emerging. They slowly start blinking. And then out of nowhere, there's just blinks everywhere. But it ramps up. And here's like a time lapse. You can see their paths. There's not that many fireflies, obviously, but those are their paths. I wish there were that many. There's a time lapse. That's how... Well, that's inaccurate. But this one... Not this. This bit is accurate. That is accurate to how many there are. There's a shitload. But not this many. This person's, like, overlaid their paths. Like, this person overlaid their paths here, too. But you get some beautiful photos from doing that. For sure. Look at them go. It's so cool. I love fireflies. They're neat. I just think they're neat. My grandma's house has more TBH, but if I'd never seen them before, that'd be cool. I would love to see way more, personally. I think the only place I saw more was in North Carolina, where it was just like, we're in like a vacation house in North Carolina, and there were a shitload of fireflies. It was awesome. It reminded me of the opening cutscene of Dark Souls 2, where he's walking up to the big tree, and there's fireflies fucking everywhere. They were big, and they had like big glowy butts. And they were very different than the Florida ones I just showed you. They stayed lit up longer. Long, slow blinks. A lot of fireflies in Maryland, huh? Barbecue Farts, what a great name. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Said, have you ever been to Three Gulf Shores area? I'm gonna be going there in a couple weeks. I have never been there, no, but it sounds interesting. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate that, Barbecue Farts. Really means a lot. Really helps a lot as well. Thank you, thank you. And Pepper T21, thank you as well for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Says, also, thank you for saying I'd be a good rapper. It means a lot. I can already see my first cancellation where somebody says I'm not native enough to use Wendigos and feathers in my videos. Wendigos go hard. Don't let them get you down. Thank you, Pepper T21. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It means a lot and it helps a lot. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Ever got stung by a wasp? I've gotten stung by like 5 wasps on my hand at once because I reached my fingers into the door handle of my grandma's Pathfinder van, and they had like these hollow door handles that were like a little sort of like canopy underneath that you would reach into with your fingers, and a wasp had made a nest there, a small nest, and there were like 4 or 5 wasps on it, and I reached underneath to open the door, and they all stung the tips of the fingers of my right hand immediately, and then like crawled around and continued stinging, so I had to wipe them off and run inside immediately as they chased me and stung my hand. My grandma, I think, got water and baking soda, or maybe it was vinegar and baking soda. I genuinely don't remember, but it was some liquid and baking soda. That's what I remember. And had me stick my hand in like a pot of it while sitting and watching like the TV and eating some stuff with my other hand. I'm not allergic, so no serious like problem, just stinging on my hand. It just hurt my hand really bad. And so the baking soda and water soothed it from what I remember. Might have just been an old wives' tale of a solution, but that's what she had me do. Oh, that's great, Ride the Rails. Sorry that it hurt him for so long, but it didn't hurt me that bad. Like, I'm not allergic or anything, so it doesn't hurt me that much. I got swarmed when I was a kid, and I looked like Rocky Dennis. Yeah, that's fucking awful. Yeah, vinegar would hurt, Lamau. I mean, it felt nice. Yeah, I got Cazador ambushed. Yeah, wasps are truly just fucking monstrous creatures. Do they do anything good for us? Do they even pollinate or anything? Or are they just death creatures, you know? What do they do for us? What do we get out of them existing? Nothing. They do nothing. They're just deadly. They're just the worst. Yeah, tarantula hawks literally are Cazadors. You know, like, Fallout Cazadors are real. Yeah, it's the worst. It sucks. We're in hell. God damn it. Wasps pollinate figs. Yeah, but they're those tiny wasps that don't sting. They're a different species than, like, the stinging asshole nest-making ones. Alright, I know what we're covering next. Ugh. Nose itch. All right. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom, and I will return, and we will do our next segment. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a moment. BRB. Rarg. Alrighty, I am back. No, you are not stealing my stream. You are not stealing my stream. Alright, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. I've got good news. As you can see, I am flying my Super Earth flag with pride today, because we have some fantastic news about Helldivers. My last stream yesterday, I was covering some unfortunate news about Sony cracking down and enforcing a PSN tie-in requirement with your Helldivers account, even if you're a PC player. Something that's clearly not necessary, just an arbitrary requirement being pushed by Sony. And, you know, they want more PSN users, right? So, people obviously revolted, since a shitload of nations have absolutely no access to PSN, meaning that there would be loads and loads of Helldivers players who would lose their paid accounts for the game simply because they can't get a PSN account. Obviously, the solution to this wasn't just providing them a workaround. The solution is to walk back the entire decision. And everybody protested. They did so by refunding. They did so by leaving negative reviews and review bombing the game. Countless other ways people protested this, and it gave Arrowhead enough leverage to make the argument to Sony, Arrowhead being the development team, that they need to walk this back, because this was a Sony decision, not the devs' decision. No blame for this at all lies with the dev team. This is entirely Sony corporate bullshit. But we won. They're too scared. If you rally up, boycotts can work. The fact is, boycotts can work, but it has to be a scenario where people are actually going to do a boycott. And this is a situation where an entire community has been trained to work together for a common cause, and so something like a boycott was pretty much the inevitable real-world application of what the game has taught them. So, yeah. Pretty much, that's really the long and short of it. But now we've got good news. The Helldivers 2 CEO has revealed that they're going back on the change, and not only that, but there is going to be a reward for all of us for completing this major order, as we're calling it in universe. I've got a video here from Stylosa. I'll go ahead and drop the link in chat. I mean, go support them, unless what they say in this video ends up being very cringe as we watch it. But yeah, let's go check this out. Apparently, we're going to be getting a cape.
A cape to commemorate the Steam review disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the channel.
That goes crazy.
So this is confirmed now by the CEO. We are getting this as a cape design in the game. The devs...
Okay, so if you don't know what that is the reviews by day for Helldivers and how they tanked. So this was the first day the announcement happened, the second day, the third day. These are all the reviews turning to mixed or negative. And then the fourth day. And then I assume that's today, and these probably cut off because they've changed it and it's no longer a problem. I assume they'll start going back up into the positives starting today, you know, because Sony went back on the change and it's no longer a problem anymore.
Is currently working on what they're going to call this. They're working on how they're going to deploy it and how they're going to add it to the game. But
yeah, this is extremely based, by the way. What a way to take it on the chin, you know? I really like that. There's a certain way to respond to criticism and anger from your community, and getting super offended about it is not the right way. But fixing the problem, and then once everyone's like, whew, okay, glad that's in the past now, and they're willing to laugh about it, being willing to make a self-deprecating joke about it that involves a free cosmetic to people, this is the perfect way to handle this. They did it completely right.
This is essentially the 4 days of negative reviews that hit Helldivers 2 after the whole PSN drama, which was completely justified. It was horrific what they were doing with the game. It has completely been backtracked now by Sony, which is a total shock. I mean, honestly, this is actually a shock. If you watch my video today from earlier on in the day, I literally...
No, it's not. We protested. Dude, kill the gamer part of your brain. Protesting works. If you get together and you scream at the top of your lungs for change, good change, sometimes it works. There's a reason people do it in the real world when it comes to real world political issues. It's not a miracle. It's how the world works. Collectivize, get together, strength in numbers, that kind of thing. It's literally the lesson Helldivers 2 teaches you with the whole Major Order Galactic War system. You are one of many contributing to a goal way bigger than yourself.
Couldn't believe it. Like, I literally just woke up. I was like, what? This doesn't seem real. A massive corporation has gone back on a crazy decision that probably was there in the first place to bump up, you know, subscriber numbers on PSN. So some faceless corpo executive guy looks like he's met his key performance indicators for the period, and he's like, hey, look at my KPIs.
This guy actually is probably right, considering what we just read about the search engine sector of Google and them needing to artificially boost the amount of engagement happening in search queries. So they're like artificially eliminating accurate search results to force you to continuously keep searching different keywords to find what you're actually looking for, so that artificially the query numbers are higher. They did this like starting in 2019 and escalated in 2021. 2021? I think it was 2021. Yeah, dude. I actually do believe that might be why. They wanted to artificially boost numbers on PSN account activity. Like, I have a PSN account, but it is not active because I rarely use my PlayStation. So they want people making PSN accounts, a big influx of PSN account creations, and more account activity. I guarantee you that's why this was enforced.
I'm doing great. I'm the best. But actually, no, they've gone back on it. Now, I think this is a massive sort of... It was a community outcry that helped. The devs as well were also fighting for this, and it's just been overturned, and I think this is great. And also for Sony, for actually sitting back and going, you know what, actually, yeah, this is a bit crazy. Let's not continue taking brand damage to PlayStation. Let's not continue taking tons of refunds going through Steam. Let's not continue to just give, well, annihilate Helldivers 2. There's no...
Steam also handled this fantastically, I think, giving everybody the opportunity to refund no matter how many hours or how long ago they bought the game. Really good on Steam. They have very good refund policies, Steam. Not always, but like when it comes to a big problem that everyone's talking about, Steam will just outright let everyone refund no matter what. And that's something that not a lot of companies will do. Steam's one of the better companies. Not great, but better. Yeah, like the day before, they just immediately broke their traditional guidelines on refunds and let everybody refund because it was a scam.
No giving there. It was just taking away from everything that Arrowhead had put together over the last 7 years or so. Just insane. But Sony have seen the light, and it's just crazy to me that we're in this situation. I cannot believe it. It's awesome. But we've got a lot to cover in this video, so let's get stuck into it. But the main news is this is going to be added to the game. But you're probably wondering, how much will this cost? Well, I've got the details.
Will it be free?
We're getting this one for free, I hope. It'll be $999.99. Easy. Holds finger over the thumbs down. Don't make me do it again. It will be free, of course. Yeah, it will. So this is just going to be added to the game.
Are you guys going to, are you going to rock this cape? Are you going to rock the Helldivers negative review cape?
Like the Malevolent
review bomb cape?
Creek cape. And honestly, this is insane. Like, this is only something Helldivers 2 could do, which is, it's this, like, ultra meta, like... this has now become the lore of the game. It's almost like, in a lot of ways, it is their unique take on live service games where it is live.
Well, it's because Arrowhead has like a soul behind it. It feels, you know, they have a lot more like Arrowhead as a studio has a personality. Does that make sense? Does anybody else get that vibe from Arrowhead Studio? They have a personality. And that's very rare that you can attach that to a studio without it coming off as corporate and cringe. Like, I don't know if you've seen, like, Naughty Dog. They post these Last of Us GIFs. I get that it's, like, the devs, they're making the GIFs and they're fun, but they're meant to, like, mimic popular, already existing GIFs with Last of Us characters. They feel so soulless and cringe to me. I can't be the only one that feels that way, right? They feel so cringe and soulless to me. And... it's like, I feel like so many other studios, even beloved studios, have a big problem with not coming off as soulless when they try to have a personality. And I feel like Arrowhead does a really good job at this. Like, I feel like Arrowhead has a personality as a studio, and it doesn't feel like disingenuous corporate character playing. You know what I mean? Cough Riot? Yeah, right.
It is dynamic. It's changing based on what the community are doing. And this has been a very... well, it's been the most intense major order we've had.
Well, to be fair, Riot's a publisher.
We've all rallied together and got it done. And so we're going to get an item in the game to commemorate it, and I think this is crazy. It's also like that totally like in-your-face, brash style of like, I don't know, absolute ultimate piss-taking from Helldivers 2, and it's just great. This is going to be awesome. This is going to be a cape I don't think I'm ever going to take off. And I thought I wouldn't take off the Malevolon Crete one, but no, it'll be going off for this one, and I'll be running around with this on my back forever until it happens again. Or Sony does something crazy again. But hopefully, they've learned from all of this, so yeah. So what about Spitz? Now Spitz became world famous from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday into Monday as the community manager who made a few choice comments towards people who were getting quite heated in the Discord. And as I did say, you know, I'm not just going to come out and blindly...
It really sucks how often, like, this team has been so open with their community that every time there's a drama, any of the devs responding, like, if it's even slightly off of a perfect response, they incur the wrath of people on them. Because, like, someone screenshots their comment out of context in the Discord, and all of a sudden it's all over Twitter, and everyone's talking about them, and everyone's DMing them, everyone's shit-talking them, everyone's making posts about them, and whether it be, like, negative or positive, that's gotta be fucking stressful, and your job is just make game and try to have fun, like, with the community of the game that you made, you know? It's not what you signed up for.
Offend people, but I can understand in some capacity. You know, when you're just one person and you're seeing, like, tons of negative comments fired at you, you know, your colleagues, all of that stuff, you do react. You're just human, right? You're just going to go, oh, shut your mouth, whatever. And the problem is when you're somebody who's a public representative of a company, it reflects on the entire company. So that was Spitz's first kind of issue. The next issue was this wasn't really an issue. This was awesome. But Spitz going like, look, just go out there and drop negative reviews because this will give us ammo to deal with Sony.
Oh, wait, no, this was actually the base. Okay, there was somebody who kind of didn't have the best response to a fan that was upset about this whole situation, and that person got a bunch of harassment because of a cut out of context comment. This is the person who was outright like, yes, no, review bomb. This helps us. This is ammo that we can use when we talk to Sony to tell them why this is such a bad change and it needs to be reversed. So yeah, one of the devs, Spitz, it seems, was in the Discord telling people to review bomb because it helped Arrowhead's case against Sony here.
That was a very bold thing to do because that could have resulted...
Also, by the way, another case where, like, isn't it wild that, like, making games and the experience of playing them worse or a product worse at a certain point becomes more profitable than making products better under capitalism? At a certain point, there's diminishing returns on constant, like, innovation and improvement of a product, and it instead becomes far more profitable to make a worse, declining in quality product at a higher profit. Make the problem, solve the solution? Well, not that. It's not even that. It's more so like, make the solution worse. There is no other solution. They have to buy more of your solution because there is no other option, you know?
Very easily in a termination of the position Spitz holds at the company.
There is no other company that genuinely competes with Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo. Oh. Nice. Pop my back. There's no company that can legitimately compete with these three as massive publishers. There's like Riot, I guess, and I don't know. There's not really that many. Like, it's a very monopolized industry, gaming. There's obviously indie games, and those are great, but the funding barrier is enormous between your average AAA funded, like AAA publisher game and an indie game, or even an indie studio that's like somewhat known's production. It's an oligopoly, if you say so.
However, that's not the case though, because Spitz is back, posting today, and replies to this Discord message. Oh God, I thought you got fired or something. Glad to see you're still here. Spitz says almost not quite.
Oh, Sony got mad about this. Of course they did, but fuck them. What are they going to do? Big respect to Spitz for taking that risk. But, like, seriously, though, what are they going to do? Fire the entire dev team for encouraging this? We're going to fire you. No, yeah, fuck you, Sony. Cry harder. They made a good game. Just sit back and enjoy farming the money, support them as much as they need to be supported, and that's all you have to do. Give them some advertisement money, let them make some ads, and make the money. Enjoy the money that the game makes. For Christ's sakes, it's not that hard.
Turns out that telling people to review bomb and refund a game isn't a popular decision with the publisher. But I'm still here, and I'm glad that we all made a difference. So, yeah, it was a very, very bold move, and Spitz has survived. But, yeah, it's been a baptism of fire, to say the least, I think, for the entire community management team, I think, over at Helldivers. But, yeah, it's just insane. There is a new major order, and this is the order.
Wait, really?
Positive review status on Steam. Change negative review to positive review.
That's funny as fuck. I love that.
45 medal reward. Now, it's not. This is fake. But this is funny.
I thought that'd be real.
Because it's kind of what needs to happen, yeah? I guess it's not.
I agree, yeah. We do need to get that review. Like, what are the reviews currently at? Let me check. Steam Helldivers. Oh my god. I gotta put in a valid birth date. I was born on the 1st of January, 1966. There we go. Okay, the reviews are currently at mixed. 54% of user reviews are now positive. So that means we are getting back into the positive on the reviews. But there are still a fair few mixed reviews. Ethan posted, "Major order complete. New major order. Flip our reviews back." Thousand Fools said, "I love democracy. Major order complete. We dive together or not at all. Democracy has prevailed. The Helldivers have secured Sony headquarters. Attention all Helldivers. The automatons who took over Snowy headquarters have been successfully eliminated. Liberty now governs Super Earth once again. Managed democracy shall now continue to spread throughout the galaxy." Have you seen that amazing... I showed it earlier. There's an amazing fan song that if you haven't already seen, it's like the perfect way to celebrate this. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, here it is. It's by Mutaku, or Mutako. Victory Over Tyranny. I'm going to go ahead and drop it in the chat. Oh, it goes so hard. I'll play a bit of it here as we marvel and salute our Helldivers Super Earth flag.
In shadows dark, a land oppressed by tyrants grip, we were possessed, but united we rose in steadfast stand against the oppressor's iron hand. We died as one against the foe, for we died together or not at all. Through chaos and strife we stand tall. Victory is ours, ever lead the call.
God, I fucking love this community, dude. I fucking love this community. It is really one of the best gaming community, the best gaming community, I'd actually say, on all of the internet. It really is the best gaming community. I've never been more happy to be part of one in my life, and it's why I bought this flag. I've never felt more connected to a gaming community by than Helldivers, really. So, Super Earth. I'm repping Super Earth. I thought about flying it outside my house, but I didn't want to dox myself. Well, I'm really curious to hear what you guys think about all this. I imagine it's very celebratory, so if you have good things to say, or bad things to say, or neutral things to say, comment down below. I really appreciate reading what you have to say, and it boosts the channel with your engagement. If you want to boost the channel even more, you can also leave a like or a thumbs up, no matter what, where, or when you're watching. Dropping a thumbs up basically cattle prods YouTube to pushing my channel and content in the algorithm out to far more people, so it helps a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other social medias, the links are all down below in the description, and if you want to support me directly, financially, and you can afford it, please consider doing so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also buy merch through my Streamlabs link down below. And of course, if you want to perhaps see more from me and also be part of the community even more, you can join my Discord server. It's totally free. It's the hub of my fan base. I do watch parties, game events, and call-in streams there. Announce all my videos and streams there as well, so if you've got notifications on, you won't miss anything. I do hope you join. Links are down below in the description once again, and I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. Hell yeah, guys. Thoughts on that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Great segment? Hell yeah. We won. My nose itch is going crazy today. Destiny versus Tate. I think that's what we'll do. Well, no, I'll save that last. I'm going to save the Destiny versus Tate and Fuentes debate for last. For now, I had another interesting topic for us to cover. Nose edging. I love edging, but I would never, ever, 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 never goon. War penguins calling corporations subhuman implies that they are somewhat human. They are subhuman shit. Well, they are not human at all. They are just simply unhuman. They are corporations. Okay. You will not sabotage me, YouTube. Nice try. Ain't no way this video's become lost media. This has been getting... Okay, you ever have a video get incessantly recommended to you by YouTube? You hate it, and, like, you then want to go find it and watch it for some reason, and now you cannot find it? Alright, everyone. I found it. It wouldn't be in my browser history because I never clicked the video Ashroom. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. We're going to be talking about some of the most obnoxious content on the entire internet coming out of the right. Who remembers No Bullshit? Or No BS, as he later rebranded himself. Many of you probably don't even know who I'm talking about because his channel died so long ago, but if you remember him, you know he was the original The Quartering. The original chud grifter guy. He started out making very popular, very well-received videos about how every new thing was woke, how feminists were bad, and he uploaded constantly, and he did pretty well on YouTube for quite some time. But as time passed, he started to kind of let the mask fall off a little too much. He started JQing in a lot of videos. He started outright saying that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not capable of, like, having any agency to run society. And he just got very overt with his stuff. And this led to him debating Destiny, and, well, I'm pretty sure I might get banned from YouTube for streaming a murder if I show what Destiny did to him on that stream. He quickly died off from YouTube shortly after those debates they did. But one of the last videos No Bullshit made before his great downfall was a video about how women would fail in any survival situation without men. Now, mind you, this is kind of a little bit of a response discourse. A lot of pop feminist icons will oftentimes say stuff in, sort of a quippy, we don't need men statement, right? Like, we don't need men. We could survive great without men. If men didn't exist for a day, I'd go out and live my life and I'd be totally safe. And I can get how a lot of guys feel offended by that because the implication is that they can't do anything to not be perceived as a monster by women. And that feels kind of shitty, but the fact is that's reality. And it doesn't matter how good of a person you are as a man, a fair amount of women are going to see you pretty much the same as a monster walking down the street and be as scared of you as they will be a monster walking down the street, because so many men have been that bad. And it doesn't matter how much, not all men, that's how they'll feel. And there are two things you can glean from that. Either try to recognize why women feel that way and understand that it's a somewhat valid feeling, or allow it to fester into mutual hatred. A lot of incels have made this an understanding, and instead of understanding why women have these connotations with men by default, even if they're a total stranger, even if they, aren't doing anything that would make them seem, assuming in any way, a lot of guys end up festering over that, and it makes them hate women. Yeah, it's like the bear discourse, right? However, this is sort of a response to that. The idea that women, actually, couldn't survive in any survival scenario without men. Now, obviously, at this point, the idea of needing survivalists in our modern society is kind of ridiculous. Survivalists are not a profession. Survivalists are a hobby. Like, if you're a survivalist, that's not considered your job unless you have a TV show about it, entertaining people on their hobby. That's a hobby. Survivalist is not a crucial job we need in our society today. We have surpassed what everyday animals need in their everyday life, right? We have technology and jobs and art and stuff like that, right? There are a lot of jobs far more suited for women in our society than for men, nowadays especially. I think we learned that in particular with World War II, when women basically held up the entire US economy when the majority of men were at war. I could get into this for a while, but apparently this guy, Jay Hall, who is a very large right-wing channel by the looks of things, 630,000 subs, made a video called Women Humbled After Failing to Survive Without Men. So I guess this is a new video in the trend of, like, going over episodes of, like, Survivor or something like that, and making fun of the feminist women on there that say they're going to do fine and they don't need no man. That does happen fairly often, and those women do tend to do the worst. So I imagine that's what this is going to be.
Women definitely need men. That's a fact.
For survival?
Yes.
Definitely not. No.
For survival.
How am I alive?
In the modern world, absolutely no. They do not. Absolutely not. They don't need men. The world that these guys are desperate to create, though, is one in which they do need men, because they don't want women to have agency or economic independence. It's a big part of why they're so opposed to women getting into STEM and having jobs and not getting married young.
Right. All right, guys, so I pulled up a clip from the show Survivor where the men are competing against the women.
You know what's funny about this? It's the same 2-decade-old episode of Survivor that No Bullshit covered. This video is covering the same episode of Survivor that aired like 15 or 16 years ago that was 10 years old when No Bullshit covered it 6 years ago. This is like from this is literally an episode that aired in the early 2000s, yes.
To see who can survive the best and thrive. And just take a look at what happens a week into the challenge.
We've been crapped on since we've been here. We got 0 sleep last night.
All right, y'all, make sure you hit the like button to see the rest of the video. Let's get it.
You know what's so fucking funny? Like, as a lefty content creator, right-wing propaganda is so cyclical and unoriginal because they don't have anything other than, like, repetitive buzzwords to say, that eventually, if you stick around and pay attention to their, like, culture war nonsense long enough, something that you've already argued with them about will circle back around to being a relevant argument again. And it's like, oh, you didn't even have a YouTube channel when I was watching people make fun of these arguments, buddy. Like, yeah, we've gone full circle. Zan, you need to show the like button like this unironically. I really am not good at shilling for myself, you know? Even when I do a call to action for people to like and sub and comment and all that stuff, I feel bad for doing it. And I don't do it anywhere near as much as other content creators do.
What is it that you think we need y'all for? I would love to know. What do we need y'all for?
How much I hate men and why I hate men. You're all replaceable. Don't ever get too comfortable and don't ever think otherwise.
Who hurt you?
We do need men, though. We do.
We don't need them.
We do.
No, because they're lesbians.
And for men, the scientists have now discovered a way for women to impregnate themselves using their own bone marrow. And the only child that can result from those pregnancies are female. So we no longer have any need for you, genetically or physically.
Though she's not.
So notice how we're going to see a mix of just random women who are talking about the fact that they don't need men because they are independent and they don't need a guy to support them. They are just an independent person, just as we've expected men to be, literally since men were a thing. That's going to be mixed in with, like, psychos talking about wanting to, like, breed men out of the gene pool or whatever. Unfortunately, the fact is there are, like, crazy feminists out there that unironically, gleefully cheer about wanting to breed men out of the gene pool. And, you know, based, haha, funny, I know, you know, jokes at men's expense are funny. We joke about that all the time. But these are people who are kind of serious about it. Like, that girl wasn't entirely joking. I think she was probably partially joking, but she wasn't entirely joking. Femoid supremacists.
And the only child that can result from those pregnancies are female. So we no longer have any need for you, genetically or physically.
Does she not realize the amount of hatred that is coming out of her mouth right now? Who hurt you? I really want to know. And I sincerely apologize on the behalf of all.
Ooh, are we gonna get, like, the bizarre, I'm a dude who is, like, focusing on how hateful feminism is? It's actually feminists who are the real sexists, and they are far more hateful than any men are towards women. Is that what it's going to be? He's going to be, like, virtue signaling how wrong it is to be so sexist and hateful towards men? Is it going to be one of those conservative videos? The one where they, like, play victim and, like, what's it called? Concern troll the whole time? Okay. All right.
Men that have done you wrong. Because, wow, you need some love in your life. You're filled with hatred. I'm sorry. You a hating machine!
I don't need a man
like, isn't it interesting, though? Because, like, I do think that what they were saying is abhorrent. I don't know why, but I really like this background. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the gradient and the lighting or whatever, but I really like this foam background. Dude. I need to find a way to identify what foam this is and get this shit. That is beautiful. That foam, like, pattern and gradient just pleases my eyes in a way I can't describe. It doesn't look real, you know? Anyway.
You need a physical woman to bear a child for you.
And y'all need a physical sperm. Where does it come from?
That's right now.
From a man.
But a hospital, I can look for a book and find a man.
And I can find a womb to hold it in.
And find a what?
And you need a physical man to give you sperm.
You need a physical man.
Okay. Women do not need men for survival because sperm is not necessary for survival. This argument is very bad, but these women are not particularly good at arguing against these guys' arguments. Dude, how many of these, like... Okay. I'm just gonna say it. Is there not, like, a ridiculous amount of podcasts run by extremely misogynistic conservative black men that focus on bringing on mostly women of color to call whores, humiliate, imply are stupid. Arguably, they would probably argue dumber than white women, and just like humiliate in exchange for like views and OnlyFans subs. Like you can call me racist for pointing this out if you like, but this feels like a very bizarre dynamic that is repeated in like so many fucking of these podcasts, these red pill podcasts. It's almost always women of color that are brought on and humiliated by these guys, implied to be dumb because they can't 3v1 debate a bunch of guys who are like experienced in pushing their misogynistic propaganda. And they're going to question them about every little detail of their life. So like, oh, did your dad leave you when you were a kid? And it's like, if you answer that honestly and they did, and your dad did leave you as a kid, which is a very common thing for most people, like a lot of people are in that position, that means you've automatically lost the debate, you know? And they're just going to like hammer at you like that. And it's so, it doesn't just feel misogynistic. It feels arguably racially motivated. I'm not the only one that gets that, right? Like, does this not feel like a little bit of, God, I've heard black leftists talk about this before, but I'm probably not the most knowledgeable in this topic to discuss it. But there does seem to be a problem, this is more localized to the black community, that has to do with black conservative men pushing particular racist and sexist stereotypes onto black women. And women of color broadly. It's Latinas and black women. It's called misogynoir. Is that the term? Thank you. I think that is the term. I've heard it discussed. I'm not super knowledgeable about it, but this feels like that, basically. You know what I mean?
No, you...
Bro, you need a physical. Listen.
Yes.
You don't. Listen. If a physical man didn't go to that hospital, it would not be there. So you need a physical man, bro.
She's trying so hard to fight against the logic, to fight against the fact that she does need a man, because where does sperm come from? A man. But I don't have to say much.
Okay, sperm isn't needed for survival. Sperm is needed for a species' long-term survival. At this current rate, obviously that could change with scientific discovery, yada yada. But right now, for our species' long-term survival, we need sperm in order to reproduce. That is true. But a single woman does not need sperm to survive. And the argument is about whether or not women need men for survival. So unless we're talking about womankind needing sperm for survival on a long-term scale, no, women don't need to have sex and get sperm to survive. No, it's not necessary. No, that's a non-argument.
Because we also have women that are sensible and that are speaking up for men.
So we no longer have any need for you, genetically or physically.
Sweetie, it's the men that hold me back from drop kicking people like you across the floor for some of the foolishness that you say. Y'all women are simply not physically strong enough to hold me back from my unbridled rage at some of the foolishness y'all come up with. Like, babe, I know you mean well for the women. I really don't think you care about the men. But babe, just know that if they didn't exist, all of the people that put up with what you talk about would vanish. There are some girls that exclusively hang out with boys because they put up with some of the stuff that they say that other girls simply would not. I would rather be locked in the center of the earth with the only thing to keep me company is the screams of the tortured souls in hell than live in an all-female planet. I said what I said. By the way, just to add more insult to injury, it's actually really sexist for you to behave that way towards men.
And here's some more.
All of history.
I'm sorry, but like, any women that make like a big deal about being sexist towards men tend to be really pick-me. Like, these are just weirdos on TikTok. Mind you, none of this stuff in any way, shape, or form is informing policy decisions or the real-life experiences of men or women. None of what these weirdos on TikTok are saying. Meanwhile, Arizona just today banned abortion. Now, a lot of conservatives, and this guy would probably say, yeah, base, that's what we want. But the majority of women would disagree. The fact is, the idea that feminism is in control is absolutely ridiculous. The Supreme Court is opposed to women's bodily autonomy. The majority of states across America are as well, and are passing legislation as such. Where in America or in the world are they passing laws that specifically discriminate against men in a negative way? The only place I could think of is maybe Japan, where the majority of people that are homeless on the streets are men, because the social, like, safety net systems in Japan don't you have to be a woman or a child for any money from the government. If you're a man, they expect you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And so the majority of homeless people in Japan are men. So besides there, I can't really think, oh my God, why will my nose not stop itching? I can't think of an example of a place where men are being like discriminated against legislatively by women or by feminists.
We needed men. We still need men. We just don't admit it. Like men built the world for us. We couldn't survive without them. They do the plumbing, the sewers, the garbage collectors. They build the buildings, engineering. They do all of the hard jobs in society. And so women pretend we don't need them, but we literally couldn't survive without them. Being able to be a single woman on your own is such a privilege that women have never gotten in all of society.
What? Yes, it's not a privilege. It's a right, though. The fact is that for a very long time, there were heavy legal and up until recently, social, though they're still around, restrictions on what women could do. And now more than ever, women are getting into STEM. Women are finding careers where they're able to be independently wealthy and independently financially stable, which means a lot of these women are sometimes waiting until their 30s or maybe not at all to have kids or to get married or find a long-term partner. Many of them are, like many men have for a long time, living that lone wolf life because now more than ever, they can. The fact is, women have a choice that they didn't before that men did. That's not privilege, that's equality. It is the prerogative of misogynists to make progress that has happened look like a privilege allotted to minorities, and anything else asked for look like looking a gift horse in the mouth.
And you know what?
And how we thank them is we shit on the men that...
And that is a YouTuber called Just Pearly Things. You guys can go ahead and check out her channel. Well, guys, before we get further...
No one's checking out Pearl's channel these days, I promise.
Into this video, I just want to say I am Jay Hall. If you're new, subscribe, man, because I try to keep it real and I also try to keep it balanced. I'm a firm believer that men and women are built to live in harmony. We are like yin and yang, and when we come together, we create a perfect balance and harmony. But if you guys want to check out more content from me...
Oh my God, just like the Chinese communists. Holy shit. It's like that one statue where, like, the man and the woman hold up, like, two sides of the sky or whatever. That one, like... Is it Chinese communist statue? I think it's Chinese. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I do have an Instagram. You guys can follow me over there. I do respond to DMs. And I also have a second channel where I post behind the scenes videos and just more fun, interactive videos over there. So with that said, let's get...
Is he trying to play the centrist? Yeah, most conservatives who are too chicken shit to stand by their beliefs do. Yeah. No, like, the default position you should assume anyone who says they're a centrist has is conservative until they've indicated a position or belief that doesn't vibe well with conservative ideas, right? It is impossible to be a centrist, right? Centrist just means politically disaffected, which always by default serves the right. Political disaffectedness does not serve the left and its ends in any way, but does everything to serve the right's ends besides being in outright support of what the right wants. So by default, centrists are serving the right's what the right wants, and fighting against, like an anchor on social progression, what the left wants, which is why leftists, or progressives in general, anyone on the left, are naturally at odds with most people who call themselves centrist.
Get into it, man.
Ladies, I simply said, men don't need women for survival. But we do need you guys to propagate a society. However, let's reverse it. Women definitely need men. That's a fact.
For survival?
Yes.
Wait. Hold on a second. Men don't need women for survival, but they do need women for propagating a society. So he makes the distinction between propagating a society or a species long-term for women's necessity to men, but not men's necessity to women. Also, how many guys can you think of that you know that the second they stopped having their mom around to help them out with anything, they fall apart? I know that was me for a fair few years after I turned 18. I was embarrassed about it, but then I realized, wait, that's the most normal thing ever. You know, you don't just instantly flip like a switch into an adult at 18. But yeah, tons of fucking guys spend the majority of their, like, early adulthood a fucking mess. And usually it takes a lot of them. It takes a woman coming into their life and teaching them how to fucking be an adult, because women are taught oftentimes way earlier to be mature and to have a lot more responsibilities and have to be serious and regimented and what have you. And men are kind of taught they're allowed to be rambunctious and lazy and carefree and a lone wolf and live their lives and have fun in their early life. But if you're a woman, you got to go to school, go find a husband, get an MRS degree, get married, lock it in. That was what it was for a very long time, you know? And these guys are mad that women are not... Women are a trophy to the misogynist. And women having the autonomy to instead be people and not actively, like always actively looking for a guy to support them, which is of course, you know, what they want. If that stops happening, then they see themselves as having lost a substantial amount of their value in the dating market.
Definitely not.
No.
For survival. How am I alive right now?
Yeah,
I got no man.
I live
let's go back to the year. All right, guys. So I put up a clip from the show Survivor.
The fact is, individually, the discussion about whether or not women need men to survive is an individual thing. Does a woman need the support of men in her life to survive? Honestly, the answer is probably sometimes yes, sometimes no. Just like it's probably the case for most men, that they probably sometimes yes, sometimes no need women in their life to support them. Because nothing is black and white. Like most things, humans and how their lives work and what they need and what they don't need, it's very much shades of gray for individuals, right? Everyone's different. It is these guys' job to put everybody into a box in your mind and convince you to hate one box and to like another box. It's my job to tell you that there are no boxes, and this guy's lying to you by telling you there are.
Where the men are competing against the women to see who can survive the best and thrive. And just take a look at what happens.
Mind you, I'm not defending like the misandrist shit these women are saying. I'm just making fun of the fact that this guy's getting his panties in a twist over it, yet you'll never see this level of energy come out when there are objectively discriminatory towards women laws passing that aren't a choice. They aren't people saying cringe things that they disagree with. It's their lives being impacted by legislation they have no power over. You'll never see this energy come out for that kind of stuff. But if people are saying cringe stuff on TikTok or say a cringe thing on a 20-year-old episode of Survivor, you better believe they're going to make a whole 10-minute video about it.
Week into the challenge. So they have no food, no fire, their clothes are soaked, and they're freezing.
We've been crapped on since we've been here. We got 0 sleep last night. We stayed up the entire night, froze, soaking wet. And we had
to be fair, if literally any of these women had been in Girl Scouts for like 3 months, they would have been able to get by. Like, you could probably have selected for different women and had a much better time. If any of these women were country girls, like actual country girls, or were in the Girl Scouts, they would have been fine. They would have been fine.
had fire because it rained and put it out, so now we haven't eaten.
So at the brink of survival, let's see what they do next.
Hey, boys!
Where you going? They're gonna call them in for help.
Come on! Y'all have fire, do you?
Do I have fire?
Yeah.
They are sounding like damsels in distress, because you can see they're using their girly voice.
They really are, though. He's not wrong. He's not wrong how quick they went from using their normal, slightly lower voice that they were talking to each other with to, like, the high-pitch, it's time to woo a boy girly voice with the guys. Like, it's time to be cute and make them feel bad for me.
And that really appeals to our protective side because we are meant to protect.
I don't know if it's that. I think it's they're cute women and guys want to do nice thing for cute women, especially when they get all sad about it. I don't think it's that deep. I don't think there's any evolutionary shit to that. I think it's just cute girl making herself look sad. You want to help her. It's manipulation. It's emotional manipulation, not some evolutionary biology bullshit.
Woman.
I just want to be warm for like 1 minute.
The masculine energy is meant to protect the feminine energy. It's just programmed within us. And this is why it damn near irritates us when a girl acts like one of us. Because like, how am I going to protect you if you're acting like me? You're acting like a man. So how am I going to protect you? You're not appealing to my protective side, my protective programming.
I was thankful that
He's literally arguing right now that women need to act like damsels in distress and be damsels in distress so that he can fulfill his desire to protect women and feel like a real man. How is that not the biggest self-report, like the most pathetic self-report of all time?
Last night that we stuck to our guns a little bit after tribal and didn't run over and jump in the men's shelter.
This lady right here is probably one of the most confident women and the one that was bragging the most about beating the men. Yeah, we're gonna beat the men. We can show them that we can survive better than them, and we're gonna thrive. Feminism.
But going over there this morning, I have no
It's really wild to watch as, like, right now it's 2024, and we're seeing the start of a new wave of anti-feminist, like, rhetoric online. And that, like, roughly right now, we're back where we were in 2014. So it makes me wonder if by 2026, we're going to be in another wave of like, anti-feminist fervor, akin or worse than Gamergate, like, in the next year or two. I wonder if it truly is, like, a hard cycle of internet culture. There have been many other things that have been said to work in cycles. Fads are known to be that way. And I'd argue that the right treats culture war shit like a fad.
I've never been so miserable.
When it comes to survival, all that feminism and gender equality stuff goes out the window. Everyone just naturally goes into their roles without even talking about it.
I couldn't get my tail over there to that fire fast enough. Come on, guys. Ladies.
Oh, hey guys. Didn't see you guys coming.
But I hope this is a temporary pit stop at the men's camp. I don't think any of the girls want to stand over there. It's uncomfortable mooching off of them. I mean, they're all like, excuse me, move.
So this just goes to show you that when it comes to survival, all that...
So here's the big question. What does this guy know about survival? What do any of these guys know about survival? The answer is jack shit. They make videos on the internet. I don't know a crazy amount about survival, but I'd be willing to bet I know more than them. I know that you can find fresh water pulled up in leaves, oftentimes, in forests, if there are no other sources of fresh water around. That knowledge alone is something that most people don't think of in situations. There are lots of plants that you can identify that store lots of fresh water for long periods, even during droughts. Hell, starting a fire. It's something that a lot of kids in Florida know how to do because it's dry there. Like, it's either really wet there or really dry from the sun. And so I taught myself how to start fires with friction. I found one of those little flat, like, rips of bark that you can get off of one of those pine trees that are like little strips of like, you know what I'm talking about if you've been to Florida. I think it's a palmetto bark. Really flaky bit of palmetto bark, and then I stripped it up into little bits, and then I took a hard piece, and I took a stick, and I basically just rubbed that onto the harder, thicker bark with like the fibers all around it until it started smoking, and I was like, wait, this is working? And I did it really, really fast, and eventually I had actual cinders, and I blew on it, had a little wind to help me, and soon enough I had a fire. A scary big fire I had built in my grandma's driveway. Like, not a big fire, but like when you're a 10-year-old and you just figured out how to make fire on your own in the driveway at your grandma's house, you start to get a little scared, and I had to stomp it out, and I was like, okay, the fire's gone. I'm not talking about this till I'm an adult. And I think my mom might have just heard that story for the first time. But yeah, it's not that hard, and like, a lot of people don't know how to do this, but if you grew up in the right upbringing, if you went to like Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or something, you probably know how to do this. And you can also do it like broken pieces of glass and stuff like that. It's very easy to do it with a magnifying glass. However, what do you think this guy knows about survival? His job is to make videos on the internet. I have a feeling this dude would be begging those guys for a place in that tent just as soon as these women were. Hell, I'm pretty sure this guy would have drank from some rank-ass water that would have given him, like, dysentery or some horrible, horrible virus in his bowels that would have him shitting his brains out and begging to be sent home. Because this guy doesn't know what plants you can eat in that part of the world. This guy doesn't know where to find fresh water or how to, like, keep it contained or how to, like, gather it and make sure it's clean. Do you guys think this guy knows how to desalinate water? Something you pretty much inevitably have to do in a, like, survival situation like what we see here on a desert island for long-term water production. Hell no.
This just goes to show you that when it comes to survival, all that feminism and gender equality crap just goes out the window. Everyone just naturally goes within their roles. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think this guy knows that in many places in the world you can just dig a few feet down and hit the water table and there can be fresh water just there and it'll be dirty, like literally dirt-y, but you can filter it, and there are a variety of ways to do so, particularly using descending levels of grit. You start with rocks and then you do like, you know, some broken up leaves and like leaves, sticks, stuff like that. And then you go like descending levels. If you can find fine sand, that's the final thing. And you put it all in a sock in layers, and you put that in a water bottle, and then you drip dirty water through that, and you just keep doing that over and over and over and over again, and each wash is going to come out cleaner. And eventually you'll have clear water, and from there you need to disinfect it with boiling. But it's already fresh. Now you just need to clean it so it's as clean looking as possible and has as little dirt in it as possible. Then you boil it. And if you can start a fire and you can contain it in something that won't melt, you can do that. You can actually make a fire at a low enough temperature not to melt plastic, but a high enough temperature to sanitize water. That is fully possible. You can not quite boil, I don't think, but get water close to boiling in like a plastic water bottle. That is an important piece of advice. You can sanitize water with heat in a plastic water bottle with fire and coals in a survival situation. That sanitizes it, doesn't clean the water, and cleaning the water doesn't sanitize it. Those are two different steps, and you can't all in one those without special equipment or tools that you probably won't have.
It's just in modern society.
I like how this ended up just turning into me giving survival tip advice.
In this first world country, feminism can exist because when we're in a first world country, no one needs to do this shit to survive. We're in our comfortable, air-conditioned home, chilling on our bed with our phones right in front of our face.
So this guy's basically arguing women's rights are only okay in a first world country because outside of a first world country, you need women to fit their natural state of being the brood mares and slaves of men. I see.
Typing about how much the patriarchy sucks, how much men sucks. In the grand scheme of things, I don't see us surviving without each other. This is what would happen if all men left the planet.
What happened if every boy on Earth disappeared? First, half the world's population would vanish. And
are we really taking this guy seriously? God, the people who watch this content have had their brains rotted past the point of being reached. I'm afraid. I'm afraid for Gen Z and Gen Alpha, guys. I truly am. I'm fucking afraid.
And the ladies left would have the time of their lives until they realize they're out of water. That's because almost all the water treatment plant operators are actually men. Then the entire globe is...
You know what none of these videos ever take into account that's always so funny to me? There is also 50% less people drinking water. Now there is twice as much water available at a given time, and 50% less people, or a little less than 50% less people to drink it. Obviously, it would be bad if all the men disappeared, but, like, this would just be an apocalypse scenario where half of humanity disappears, you know? It'd just be a semi-apocalypse scenario, but there would be twice as much stuff left over for people to survive off of. Though society would collapse with half as many workers. That's not a man-woman thing. It's a half as many workers gone would destroy our society.
Power would go out that night because men make up 90% of electricians, engineers, and mechanics. But it gets worse. Over 70% of the world leaders would be gone, causing a global apocalypse and the extinction of the human race.
Maybe we should elect more women and also perhaps encourage more women to go into STEM and to be in these fields. Like, is this like a thing where women cannot learn these things or don't want to learn these things? Because over time, women are getting into these fields at a higher and higher rate due to feminism, which is what this guy hates. So is it bad that we are headed towards a society where men could disappear and it wouldn't collapse society overtly and outright? Is that a problem, that women are getting to the point where they are on equal footing with men? Is that what you are fighting against? Is that why you hate, and I quote, feminism?
And this is what would happen if all women were wiped off the earth.
What would happen if every girl on Earth disappeared?
Hey, this is the wrong video. I don't know who made this, bro. Whoever made this is a jack.
Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, it all comes back to women bad, right? It all comes back to women bad. I wonder how many women are watching this content and enjoying it. I imagine this guy's viewer percentage is probably tickling the balls of 100% male. Anyway, I'm curious to see what you guys thought about this whole video. I imagine you don't have anything nice to say about this guy, so I'm excited to read the comments. Also know that any engagement down below with the comments really boosts the channel a lot, so commenting really helps. And if you want to help even more, you can always like or thumbs up the video, VOD, whatever it is you're watching, no matter where, what, or when you're watching. Every like is basically a cattle prod to YouTube to push my content in the algorithm to way more people, and it really helps a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you haven't already, be sure to follow my social medias, linked down below. I really appreciate it. And if you want to support me directly, financially, and you can afford to do so, please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me kindly through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through Streamlabs as well. Even if you don't want to buy any, I do recommend checking out the merch just to see what it looks like. It's funny. I made it and it's funny. And on top of that, if you want to, you should definitely consider joining my fan Discord. The link is down below and it's totally free. It's the main hub of my fan base. We do watch parties, call-ins, and game events in there. I announce all my uploads and streams there. And later tonight, we are doing a watch party of the awesome horror show From. We're going to be continuing Season 2. The watch parties have been popping off, and everybody who's joined the show has gotten fucking obsessed with it. Every person who has joined us. I mean, like, literally not a single person is an exception. Every person we've got on board has gotten fucking obsessed with From, and has gotten everybody they know obsessed with From. So, and I'm one of them. So, yeah, I'm so excited for this show to take the world by storm. I hope you join us for the watch party. And, yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you there. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. The fuck? Ah, this side. Dude, this scroll. I need to get halfway through it so I can see, no matter, like, how much I unravel it, which side of the scroll is the, top. Alright. I'm gonna go use the restroom before I do our last segment of the day, so don't go anywhere. It's gonna be a banger. I've got a real spicy one that I've saved up for the last one of the day, so don't go anywhere. And of course, after stream, be ready to be in the Discord server in Xander's Theater and part of the watch party, because after this segment, that's what we're gonna be doing. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty. I am back. Let me grab my blanket. My blanket to keep my legs warm. I like to keep my room nice and cold because my upper body gets really warm for some reason. My lower body gets cold. So it's kind of a conundrum. So the solution I found is I keep my legs warm with a blanket over my legs and my back cold with like light clothing that's very breathable. And I like it. It works very well. Zan, does Zan use a left-handed mouse, or is that Quail supposed to be his mouse? I use a right-handed mouse, though my screen is flipped, so you are seeing me flipped right now, like a mirror. Alrighty, everyone. Let me prep the next segment. It's a spicy, juicy one. Good God, this is long. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everyone. This is fucking crazy. Fresh off the presses. Destiny debates Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko on Twitter Spaces. This happened apparently late last night, and the YouTube video came out just earlier today. But all this happened late last night, and like people were talking about it this morning when I got on Twitter. Now, I know a lot of you guys do not like Destiny. Personally, I think he's an asshole, and while he did inspire a lot of where I got to today, and I'll always give him credit for that because it's very much due. I definitely have some problems with him. He's been a massive asshole to a lot of people I'm friends with. That's just a dick move. I'm not a big fan of that. And his politics positions, while oftentimes well-researched and well-founded and well-held and defended, he oftentimes takes positions that feel less like they are driven by a desire to see truth and more by a desire to piss off a group that he wants to piss off, right? He is a spiteful person, right? I think a good example of this would be his rallying against, like, Muslims. Now, I actually agree with a lot of what he says and all of that, but you can tell that a lot of his focus is because they're going after him and they're, like, sending death threats and saying awful fucking things to him. So he's a very spiteful person, and sometimes the spite is justified and directed at a group of people or a person who it's justified towards, and sometimes it feels less so, and I think that's why so many people fucking hate Destiny on the left. And that's a big part of why my opinion of him has gotten soured a lot over the years. But if there's one thing I will always give credit for, it's that he is a master debater, a masturbator. And with that said, the idea of him debating Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, or Sneeko is interesting enough. Well, maybe not Sneeko, he does that all the time. But Nick or Andrew Tate, for sure. Debating either one of those two, interesting enough. Debating all three of those people, 1v3, like, dude, are we entering another golden age of right-wing debates? Do I need to get back into debating conservatives again? Maybe. Let's check this shit out. I've sped it up to 1.5x speed, and even then, we are not going to watch all of this. It's just not possible. But let's see how much of this we can stomach. Let's go.
Tucker get fired for having an opinion that went outside of the narrative of Fox News?
No, Tucker got fired because he almost cost Fox News $1 billion for lying on air. It's funny that you defend the fact that he had an original.
Yeah. Oh, guys, who remembers that? Tucker Carlson had a bunch of stuff come out from his texts. A bunch of them involved talking about how he doesn't even like Trump that much. A big part of it was the fact that he was knowingly lying about voter fraud and the election being rigged for Trump and the Dominion voting machine thing being complete bullshit because he pushed that conspiracy. And it was going to cost Fox billions, or maybe just $1 billion, I don't know. A bunch of money for just unfounded lies being spread. And those texts revealed that Tucker knew a lot of the bullshit he was spewing was bullshit, and we know that. We know these people know they're lying, but it's really satisfying to see textbook evidence of them outright admitting that they know they're lying when they do their bullshit spewing, right?
Opinion, what you're actually defending is misinformation and lies, which is supposed to be something you guys are against, I thought.
Which opinion was this? That's not what I heard. Tell me, please educate me.
The Fox News, the Dominion lawsuit. There were texts that were leaked from him where he admitted that he was lying on air about claims that Sidney Powell made to him, and he was tired of lying to his audience about
A bunch of it was also him saying he doesn't even like Trump.
Things about the Dominion voting machines being rigged.
Well, I don't know if that's a lie at all. First,
you don't know anything.
Destiny, I want to understand your worldview.
You acknowledge that your point of view is fundamentally anti-American. From the founding fathers, the framers,
100%.
the law.
Americanism is a heresy in the Catholic Church. You know that anything.
Okay, so why in this country, why not go live in Rome, or go live in the Catholic Vatican, or go live in prehistoric wherever the in the United States and try to change this into some theocratic regime when that's not fun?
You guys know that, like, I'm used to watching videos at a high speed when I watch a Destiny debate, and I turn that shit up to 1.5x speed, and I understand it. If you guys are having trouble, then you got to get on my level.
Fundamentally what the country's about. Make the Muslims in the call answer. Suleiman, Sneeko, and Myron. Nick said he would never allow any Muslim in this country to hold public office. You're chill with that?
But Destiny, I was going back and forth with Nick and Andrew on this. Is that where do you draw the line?
It really is interesting how diverse the far right is. Like, the movement of white supremacy has fallen so much that they can't find enough charismatic white people to represent their ideology. So they've had to start allowing brown people into the white supremacy movement and allow them to represent them and accept them, you know? Like, they have to allow that, like, Nick Fuentes has to be cool hanging out with the fresh and fit guys, despite literally seeing black people as subhuman and admitting that he is disgusted by having to speak to them. Like, he has to do that, and he himself is, like, Mexican or something. So it's just the right wing, the far right, is shrinking. Regardless of their growing power at times, they are shrinking in number.
Size where that line is, Destiny. Good to have you. And I'm sure there's a lot of voices on stage that some you agree with, some you strongly disagree with. But where would you say that line should be drawn?
But wait, I'm on Destiny's blacklist. He cannot speak to me because I'm on his blacklist.
Are we talking about for like legal purposes? Or are we talking about for platform community guideline purposes? Or what do you mean?
Let's keep it more broad. Free speech purposes.
Well, I mean,
where do you draw it? So Elon has drawn. Okay, so Destiny is.
For those who don't know, I think the reason why Destiny has a blacklist, like the blacklist Destiny has, from my understanding, is like people who have done really fucked up shit to him. Usually along the lines of like threatening family. Like, if you make a really shitty comment about his kid, for example, like something real out of pocket like that, you're instantly on the blacklist. And Nick Fuentes, like, couldn't stop himself from making comments about Destiny's son, I think, and that was what got him on that list. So, like, I don't know if he's going to break that blacklist thing here to actually engage Nick, but I guess it's going to happen. What's the blacklist? I just explained it. It's a list of people that Destiny made that he will not engage with under any circumstances because they went too far. And, like, saying shit about his family, like his non-content creator-oriented family, like the people who aren't on stream or anything or involved with any of this shit, that's way too far. I think by anyone's standards, not just Destiny's, I think we can all agree that's just fucked. But it really speaks to the type of people that the Groypers are, right? Like when Hunter Avallone was fucking attacked and there was a murder attempt on him, Nick Fuentes' fan base, directed by him, immediately sent a harassment wave to add on to the, like, stress of what had happened. Like, the whole Groyper army jumped onto Hunter. So, like, these are just bad people who do that kind of stuff, you know? Like, who would have thought? They're Nazis. They hate good and love bad, you know? They are proudly evil. They take pride in that.
Is Nick on your black? Do you have a
Destiny, have you brought? Yeah, he has to go.
Give us an exception here, Destiny. If you can speak to Nick, if we can have the exception, Destiny, we'd be very grateful.
This is the guy who Elon banned after he posted child porn. Do you remember? This guy posted child porn to own the libs, and it was like violent child porn too, from what I remember. Like, it wasn't just normal, quote unquote, CSAM. It was like murder or something. It was like a snuff film too or something. I don't know all the details. I know it was really fucked. And this guy posted that to own the libs, got banned. It's also illegal to do that. It was child gore. Okay, I guess that's the term for it. I didn't know that was a thing, but of course it is. And then Elon like yielded to all the right-wing fans of this guy begging him to unban the guy, and Elon personally unbanned him.
But on a serious note, Destiny, where do you draw the line? Because Elon was asked that question. I think he was asked, we were doing a space in Brazil, when he was asked that question, he said, a country's law, even though he might disagree with
He posted a tortured baby CSAM screenshot. Jesus Christ.
it, that's that's the line he cannot cross because he's running a business. Where do you think that line should be drawn, Destiny? Well, we've been having sorry, I just want to add one more. Go ahead, Destiny.
But yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, like to say the line is drawn at the law, I mean, it's the most boring answer ever. Obviously, if you're a business owner, you kind of have to operate there. But that's not the only place you can operate, right? Business owners can also make suggestions to Congress. They can have their appearances. They can talk to whoever they want to talk to. They can push culturally for the norms to change. In terms of like where it should be, I mean, I like the United States freedom of speech. I think that sometimes people speak about it in kind of an ignorant way. Like for instance, when we talk about TikTok, it's kind of funny that people think it's unfathomable that a foreign adversary literally having connections to so many different American cell phones and having their thumb on social media, which we all know is incredibly like influential.
Look. See, they're spamming laughing, crying emoji reactions. Have you ever noticed that one of the right's go-to strategies since Elon bought Twitter is, and even like I see it in my comment sections, is they can't really respond to anything you have to say. So one of their favorite things to do is just to laugh in your face as if you told a joke. If they pretend as though you haven't made an argument, in fact, you've just said something so ridiculous, all you can do is laugh, they don't have to respond to it. How often have you made, like, an irrefutable argument with, like, data and studies to back it all up, and the immediate response from a conservative is to spam a barely legible comment with a bunch of laughing, crying emojis, this exact emoji. And clown emojis, too. They love that, too. But it's almost always this one. It feels like it's designed to prey on the fact that everyone views this emoji as unanimously obnoxious and to basically try to, like, make you triggered. The right doesn't care about defending their ideas. They care about triggering lefties, because if they can get into a debate and trigger you, then they've won in the eyes of normies, in the eyes of their viewers. That's all they care about. Not going to work on Destiny, though.
Important. The idea that wouldn't be a thing we'd want to avoid as the United States, I think it's an easy to understand idea without needing to invoke any kind of weird conspiratorial nonsense.
Yeah, Israel.
Cool. But yeah, no, I mean, I like the United States. I don't think we should have hate speech laws. I think we should be allowed to say more or less what you want to say in terms of like legal protections, and then obviously platforms can regulate speech as they want. But I think they should lean a little bit more on the freedom of speech side and just give people the opportunity or the tools to like block or mute people if they don't want to hear them.
So my next question, Destiny. My next question is: do you think Nick should be censored?
What, from X or from Twitter?
Social media.
No, I think Nick's pretty harmless. Like if he wants to do his whole thing, he can do what he wants.
Okay.
I just got something real quick I want to say with TikTok.
I know you probably disagree with that, but you have to admit, it is nice that Destiny can't be, like, screamed at about being pro-censorship. His position's just like, I don't think he's really, like, doing anyone any harm. He's just a retard. Like, yeah, sure. I don't think he should be banned. If he says yes, then they'll be like, you think everyone who disagrees with you should be banned? So they don't get to have that debate. It doesn't matter what Destiny actually believes. His audience, if he's lying about what he believes there, his audience won't care. Maybe he does think Nick should be banned. He might have even said multiple times in the past Nick should be banned, and they just don't know that he said it. Doesn't matter. They don't get to try and bring the debate to some goalpost moved area using that non sequitur argument.
It's very interesting. Real quick, I just want to say this with TikTok. There was a push to ban TikTok for years on a national security premise because, obviously a foreign adversary has created the app. But I find it very interesting that a bill didn't get passed to get TikTok banned until what? It was...
Nope. Already mischaracterizing it. A foreign adversary did not create the app. It is that there is blatant, clear, irrefutable evidence that data collected from users on TikTok, just as all websites collect your data, is specifically, by law, in China, being directly funneled to the CCP government. And that data can be used for a variety of things. One of the biggest worries is that, say, for example, like the kid of a high-ranking U.S. official is riding around on a road trip with like Secret Service and like a high-ranking, like, I don't know, the president, right? And the kid has TikTok on their phone, and China wants to launch their, like, airstrike attack to begin their war against America. Well, guess what? They have live updating locational data on the son or daughter of the president, who's oftentimes near the president. Isn't that kind of a scary idea when we know that data is, by law, going directly to China, and the Chinese government could instantly access a live updating GPS tracker of, like, essentially everyone in America that has TikTok on their phone with locational data turned on? Even then, I think they can just bypass your allowing it or not allowing it and get it anyway if they really want to. So I get that other companies have problems with this kind of stuff, but it is a genuine concern for national security. There's never been an app like TikTok with it that is so in the pockets of a foreign adversary that is so widespread on the devices of so many Americans. It's unprecedented.
Overwhelmingly pro-Palestine, about 70 to 30% versus being pro-Israel. But once it became pro-Palestine and people became extremely critical of Israel, guess what? Oh, we got to pass a bill and get rid of TikTok.
Ed, I know you were jumping in.
So we were talking about Nick's ban. I know you were banned, I think it was 2021 or something. Then Elon actually let you back on, or X let you back on after Elon took over.
Yeah, Alex Jones is there too. Jesus Christ.
And then I think it was the same day you were banned again. And is there, like, do we know what you were actually banned for? Because I know, doing research, I know you had a post where you said, who controls the mind? And it was all these Jewish people in the media. And then you also were in a space where you said, yes, we love Hitler, bitch. Like, do we know which of those got you banned?
Well, when I got unbanned, I was under the impression that the new principle was free speech. I didn't say anything illegal, and they didn't tell me what I was banned for. But I only posted like 3 things. I posted the red media. I said I did my Twitter space. And that's funny, you think, oh, you said you love Hitler. I love everyone. I love you. I love Destiny. I love everybody.
It's very different saying, but it's very, it's 2 seconds. Guys, 2 seconds. So this is the slippery slope. Hold on. Yeah.
I wish we could see Nick Fuentes' like smug face, like the smug smile on his face as he said that, looking at the camera. I wish we could have seen it.
Okay, yeah, I am speaking, so I'm not letting it go.
I could hear it at least.
Oh, but Nick, do you think so? First question, and we'll ask you on that question on why you were banned, if you managed to drop by. But the question is, do you think that particular statement? So obviously you can't compare loving Destiny to loving Hitler for obvious reasons. But do you think that's the statement that got you banned, or do you think it was something else? Nick Fuentes. And I hope you're not being banned, right? I don't know if he's rugging or his account just got banned again. That is, I'll be honest. I think. Go ahead, Destiny. Yeah, go ahead, Destiny.
I wish that we had like better freedom of speech defenders. Like, listen, it's the United States of America. If you want to say you love Hitler, you should be like allowed to say those things. I don't like it when people get banned for being anti-Semitic and then they say they weren't anti-Semitic, but then they also defend freedom of speech, but they won't say those things. It's ironic because all the people that talk about the Jew stuff are like the people who are the most scared to own the things that they've actually said. Like, it's the United States of America. If you want to be anti-Semitic or anti-Jew, you have the right.
Yeah, like Nick Fuentes is famous for the cookie analogy, which is all about obscuring and hiding what he actually believes because he's too chicken shit to stand by it. And he is the forefront neo-Nazi figure there is. Just me making this video criticizing Nick Fuentes is going to make it go viral on Twitter because there's a list of pretty popular Twitter accounts that are like Graper accounts that will clip anybody who is left-leaning or anybody really who criticizes Nick Fuentes. Doesn't matter where you are politically. And they'll post it, and they will come in mass flag and mass hate comment on your shit. Of course, they don't actually believe in freedom of speech. They will mass flag your stuff and try to get you banned because they don't have any rules or guidelines. Anytime they make an argument about deplatforming or not deplatforming, it's not them having a genuine debate about their beliefs and what they stand for. It's them trying to make an argument for why they should not be banned specifically. They would never ever disagree with your being banned because they'll be the first people to laugh at you and celebrate it if you're falsely striked on YouTube. Their response will be something like, well, you're in favor of this. I've gotten strikes on YouTube about 6 times now. Every one of them so far has been determined to be a false strike by YouTube after review. Multiple reviews, to be fair, because it's a broken system. But every time I make my tweet at Team YouTube, a bunch of Grapers comment or a bunch of conservatives comment, well, this is what you want. You like this banning system. You like it when people get banned for breaking the rules. These are the rules you agreed to. It's like, well, no, they're not. It was a false strike. So these people won't even defend you when it's a false strike that gets your freedom of speech taken away, quote unquote, on these platforms. They only want them to have the platform. They want to have the platform and only them. Problem is, like what's happening with Twitter right now, eventually that platform will die. No one wants to be on a platform dominated by weirdos like Nick Fuentes.
To say that publicly, like there's no law against like saying that publicly. Like Champion.
Hey, can I jump in now? My thing was glitching.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to answer this. Yeah, so you're right. We cannot compare loving Hitler to loving Destiny. Destiny is far worse.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Man, let's try to last more than 24 hours today.
Come on, that's a good riff. No, you're right. But here's the thing. I think that in those cases, in those edge cases, yes, like we do have to permit people to say things that even everybody disagrees with. We have to permit people to say things that anybody would say, oh, of course you shouldn't be able to say that. That's where it matters. The limits of free speech, that's where it becomes tested. We don't have free speech so that people can say, I like Burger King instead of Wendy's. No, we have free speech so that people can say things that are outrageous and question fundamental assumptions, like about Hitler, like about certain political myths or, our political system is founded. And so when Destiny says, oh, you don't own...
That's not actually why we have freedom of speech. The core reason why we have freedom of speech, the First Amendment exists, is so that the state cannot prosecute you for what you believe or what you say or like representing your ideas through anything that's not like overtly harmful to somebody else. Freedom of speech has more to do with the government not being able to tell you what to do, not protecting particularly heinous speech. If anything, the First Amendment is about protecting particularly critical speech of the government. That's particularly what it's meant to protect. Speech that is critical of the government, of the Constitution, of those that are in power, of the president. Not the most hateful and heinous speech. Obviously, that's included, as all speech that isn't directly threatening is, but most hateful and heinous speech that Nazis believe in is essentially rallying people to violence. And they can't really go that long without doing it. So as long as you can keep from getting to the natural conclusion of everything you stand for and you never even, like, dog whistle it, I guess you're fine. But good luck building much of a support base on that.
Own what you say. It's not about that. It's just about if you are able to discern the tone when someone is talking or what the meaning is. You look at a lot of the things I say, a statement like that is obviously said in a tongue-in-cheek. It's punchy, it's outrageous, it's intended to be. That's the obvious purpose. And all of a sudden when somebody who is like, and by the way, I should point out, while we're playing this game about, you said this, you said that, when I say something like what, I don't want to get banned, but when I say something like what I said a year ago that got me rebanned after I was reinstated, everybody looks at that and they rightly say it's outrageous, but there's a complete context denial. People hear that statement and they go, he said what? Banned. Because I'm a right-wing guy and I have all these views and I'm like a canceled American. He's got to go. Hang on.
Is Nick Fuentes seriously trying to rebrand? I guess it's been like 4 or 5 years since he was broadly known as the Nazi guy. I suppose enough Zoomers could enter the politics space naive enough to think he's just this based, cool groiper. Pretty much all of his fans call themselves Gen Z groipers. I don't believe the majority of them are, to be honest. I think the vast majority of them are probably older guys who are desperate to roleplay being a kid on the internet, But I don't know. Maybe they are all Gen Z. It's hard to say.
When Destiny says, I think that the Palestinians should be genocided, ha ha ha, nobody looks at that and says, oh, he should be canceled. What an outrageous thing to say. Some people do, but he's on YouTube.
Yeah, I feel like most people still know Nick Fuentes is the guy who convinced Kanye to love Hitler. I mixed up. I almost said Kanye and Kittler. Could you imagine if that was a thing? Kanye and Kittler? We could make that a show. And it's just about Kanye and Hitler being, like, transported. We're not doing this bit. It's stupid.
He hangs out with Shapiro, Jordan Peterson.
Really
when I say something because I'm right-wing and it's outrageous, there's no charity. People pretend like they don't know what humor is. People pretend they don't know what rhetoric is. That's just who he is. He's an odious person. Get him out of here. And same goes for everyone here. Same thing happened to Tate. Similar things have happened to Elon. It's happened.
What does groiper even mean? Well, you know how, like, the right lost their hold culturally on the Pepe emote? Like the Pepe symbol? Post your favorite Pepe in chat right now. The right pretty much lost Pepe because it's broad, like, beloved, status as a cultural symbol. And so what the right did, particularly, and more specifically, Nick Fuentes' fan base, is they made a specific Pepe. One that is really gross and ugly, to be completely honest. There's like a full image version of it. There's a lot of different versions I can show you of the groiper. Here we go. Here's the original groiper. You'll oftentimes see them having a variation of a profile picture like this. It's pretty much the most grotesque variation of a Pepe one could come up with, and they do take glee enjoying the fact that normal people see them like this. They like that fact. Once again, they see deplorables as a compliment. Here's a Donald Trump groiper. You'll probably see people with profile pictures that are variations of stuff like this, calling you slurs in your replies. Here's a flag groiper. Here's a elephant nose and ears groiper with a pentagram, I think, in the eyeball. It could be a Star of David. I don't know. I'm not good with any type of symbolism. Anyway, yeah, the groiper is pretty much both what the Nick Fuentes fans call themselves and the variation of Pepe that they use to represent themselves. Star of David? Okay. Learn to fucking count. I don't even know which one has... I guess Penta has 5. My bad. Yeah, so yeah, Penta would be a star. Yeah, you're right. Listen, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
And Alex Jones, when left-wing people do or say things that are just as bad, just as racist or just as violent or whatever, it's always with them, oh, I'm sure he was joking. You know, Hassan Piker can say, we deserve 9/11. As far as I know, he's still on Twitch. I'm not. But what is materially different from saying America deserved 9/11? 3,000 souls, innocent, were killed. We deserve that. That's a fine statement. You're on Twitch and Twitter, and there's no censorship. What Destiny says, I think...
To be fair, Twitch definitely has a bias in favor of Hassan. I saw this on Livestream Fail the other day, but, like, Twitch outright updated their rules to accommodate Hassan. Hassan had been covering Destiny stuff to criticize Destiny, and it is against Twitch's TOS overtly to even respond to somebody who is a banned figure. And Destiny had like a really viral clip of him saying, why is it that Hassan's able to like respond to my stuff, but if like anybody else were to respond to my stuff or show my stuff that's not him, they get banned. And immediately the next day, Twitch updated their TOS to say that it's fine to critically showcase someone who is banned if you're responding to them critically. Good change, but literally made to cover for Hassan. Like, overtly. Like, that is insane to me that there is that much favoritism. They update their rules to favor him. That is like YouTube and Sniper Wolf levels of shameless.
Palestinians should be genocided. Ha ha ha. He's still on YouTube. He's still on all these platforms. Nobody even thinks twice. When Nick Fuentes makes a joke, or hang on, when I say something like, oh, you know, whatever I said, I don't want to say it again because I don't want to get banned. Oh, well, he's a horrible person. He's an avowed neo-Nazi. Look at what, you know. They're gonna...
No, say it again. Stand by it. If it wasn't that bad, surely you could just, you know, say it again.
Reprint the quote like Ed Krasenstein did without the laughing or the tone. And that's BS. Like, let's just be honest. That's everyone can recognize what's going on there.
Quick question. Just on the before that point of view, just because there was something mentioned. It's important sensitive thing. So Destiny, on the joke that Nick, and obviously it's a joke that many will find insensitive.
Hold on, I want to see when Andrew Tate shows up. That's what I'm excited for. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's what happens.
So it's like the same speech where people say, Nick said he wants to kill everyone and all of his opponents. I'm literally, as Destiny said with his comments about genociding Palestinians, blah, 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 context. So it's like it's completely misrepresented. The difference is the ADL and the SPLC aren't clipping Destiny's joke and throwing it on social media every time he makes a post. The difference is when an article is written about Destiny, there isn't a preamble that says Destiny a live.
All right, I got this sped up. That's why it sounds fast.
Live streamer who said Palestinians should be genocided, but they do that for me. Every unfortunate thing, joke, exaggeration, whatever you want to call it, always with the most uncharitable interpretation. That is on my Wikipedia. That is the preamble of every article written about me. And I'm not going to hide behind my real views. Okay.
Are you saying that all of that was taken out of context?
Saying that we're going to kill everybody or whatever? Yeah, it absolutely is taken out of context. I mean, we have to give me a specific example.
How many Jews do you think died in the Holocaust? There's a specific. How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
All right, hold on. I got to get my shake before we get to this. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I got my shake. I need to have my shake if we're going right into it, huh? No time, no preamble, no memeing, no creaming. We're just going straight. No foreplay, frankly, just straight in, raw, balls deep. I appreciate that.
So Nick, just a quick question, right? When you've explained the disparity in terms of the rules, like basically Destiny can attack Islam, Muslims, and he's got no problems, and you have been banned. Now the question becomes, when you know that that's the level of Sophia that we live in, that there is this disparity, do you then, like, now you made a joke, didn't you, right? And it was clearly a joke, but now that could be snipped and that could maybe be used to get you banned or whatever it may be. So does that make you become, you know, does that make you become, well, obviously it hasn't, but should it then make you become a lot more careful in even the jokes you make?
No, absolutely not. Because what I have learned, because I've been doing this for a little while now, longer than many people, what I've learned is it doesn't matter, actually, what you say or how carefully you say it. Keith Woods is on here. He just jumped on the space. This is a guy who, I mean, me and my followers, it's like an inside joke that his streams are so, they don't have any rhetoric. They don't have any, there's no jokes. It's very dry. So it's all philosophy.
Listen, endorsed by Nick Fuentes. He promises this guy's not far right. Surely he must have been completely innocent and falsely... maligned with a ban.
This guy is like the most controlled, disciplined. And by controlled, I mean he has self-control, not like controlled op. I mean he's self-controlled, restrained, disciplined. And even when he got popular last year for the ban, he started the Ban the ADL campaign, hashtag, they dug up like a...
Ban the ADL. The ADL is not a perfect organization. The idea of starting a hashtag around that, I mean, you're literally organizing a campaign for mass harassment of an organization. Sounds ban-worthy by most social media platforms standards to me.
A tweet from 2 years prior where he said something like, sarcastically, oh, I guess I'm a raging anti-Semite because blah, blah, blah. The ADL cut that, and now every time there's an article about Keith Woods, it says, self-avowed raging anti-Semite.
You know what's really funny? A lot of these people are in such denial, they can't even repeat what it is that the left criticized one of their own for saying or doing. Who remembers when I covered this recently. I put out this video. And this video, besides obviously where it's been posted here, which seems pretty positive, got a shitload of hate from Brandon Herrera fans, and particularly from far-right people. The replies were either people saying, if he is pro-Confederacy based, or people outright denying it. And they all just posted a screenshot of my video in the thumbnail. But none of them would show what my video showed, which was him in a Confederate flag shirt sitting in front of a Confederate flag memorial talking about the War of Northern Aggression in a commercial he did for a Confederate Heritage Society. So, they can't really say what it was, because if they say out loud what the left criticized them for, what they got banned for, well, I mean, no one's going to have a problem with them getting banned. So it's got to be, well, he said yada yada, you know? It's all about just trying to avoid any rhetoric from the left being heard by any audience outside of the left. That's the right's MO.
One tweet from years ago said in an obviously, I mean, Keith knows the details, so he can reproduce the tweet, but it was so obviously, he wasn't saying, hey, it was obviously rhetorical, it was obviously sarcastic, so it doesn't matter. All the videos, all these tribe videos about Platonism and, video essays and articles about birth rates in a very measured academic way. He said one thing sarcastic one time. They dug in, found it. Some researcher reproduced it. Now he forever will be known as a self-avowed raging anti-Semite. So I've seen many things like that. So the question is, do you self-censor and impose a chilling effect? And, we can't be funny. We can't make jokes. We can't be rhetorical. We have to kind of go through this translator and be...
No, nothing offensive that Nick Fuentes is saying is a joke. When Nick Fuentes says something that is supposed to be a joke that people find offensive, the funny, quote-unquote, part of the joke, quote-unquote, is that it's funny because it's true in their worldview, right? Like, it's not a joke in that they're saying a horrible thing, and the fact that it's so horrible is what's funny about it. That might be part of it for them, I'm sure. But to them, when they make a comment or like a racist joke and they laugh about it, they're not joking in the sense that they just said a thing they don't believe and they're saying it like for comedy. They're saying something they believe and it's just exaggerated, maybe. And that's the joke. But it's supposed to be funny because it's true, right?
As Tate said at the beginning, you neuter yourself. They want you neutered with the chilling effect from these free speech regulations, or do you just kind of go out? I feel like I have filled up the room with such a cacophony. Like there's just like this ambient perception of me as this like vaguely horrible person. Now I can say whatever I want. Now I can say whatever, and and I think people can recognize if they watch my show. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Nick, I'm going to put you on the spot and then get Destiny's thoughts. I'm going to ask you a tough question.
Sure.
And I'm pretty confident you will not get banned answering that question, but what is the most controversial belief that you currently hold? And the mic is yours. It doesn't matter how controversial it is, because then my next question for Destiny and anyone else would be, should that belief be censored? Should the ability to speak about that belief be censored? Nick, the mic is yours.
Okay. Well, I would say that
one of the biggest lies that centrists and far-right demagogues have told you is that Nazis are good people that are trustworthy and don't tell lies. Why the fuck would you ever trust a Nazi?
biggest taboo right now is talking about Jewish people, because I talk about race and I talk about gender and a lot of things. And the biggest taboo is, as we all know, talking about Jewish people's influence. And they could be right wing or left wing. I think, though, it seems like the influence of Israel is maybe the biggest one, because even conservatives talk about George Soros. So I would say it's Jewish influence. And my answer for that is I think that only Christians should be in power in America. And I don't know the details of how you work that out in terms of if you pass a law or there's a qualification, but I think that we should have all Christian legislators and Christian presidents and Christian Supreme Court judges.
That's pretty extreme for a take he's willing to stand by, but, at least it's a take he's willing to stand by. Absolutely deranged, insane. No, I don't believe that people who believe in fairy tales and magic, like actual magic, should be running our country. No, I think people who are more secular, who believe in science and progress and, Emperor of Man type shit, should be running our society, ideally, like when he was alive, Emperor of Man type shit. You know what I mean?
I would say that's probably my most controversial.
I'd say taboo number one. We've discussed this point in previous spaces. I want to ask you, and Keith, I'm going to go to you in a second, but give me one more, Nicholas, and then we'll go Nick, and then we'll go to Destiny afterwards. The second taboo thing, and I've got a quote here about. I'm going to read out a quote. Could be out of context. Maybe it could be the second one when you said it could be a joke as well. We need to go back to burning women alive more. Again, if I took it out of context, I do apologize. But can you maybe elaborate that quote? And could that be the second most taboo belief that you hold? Which I'd be surprised if you actually hold that belief.
I see your co-host thumbs down that one. I wonder, she didn't like that I said I want to burn women alive. That's obviously a joke. And if you look at the whole context of that clip, I said in a very deadpan way, I'm like, women are casting spells and they're becoming witches. In the Middle Ages, they used to throw them in the river. They used to burn them alive. I'm like, and here they are lying on the stand about, I think in that case it was Johnny Depp. I'm like, they're lying about Johnny Depp casting spells. I'm like, we got to burn these women alive. Obviously a joke.
Okay, I put that in an extremely bad joke, but yes.
Can I ask Nick a question real quick?
Your reaction is what makes it funny.
I would stand as tribute for you to burn me at the stake, but you'd have to be tied to me.
What would be before Ed and Keith, just 2 seconds. So Nick, what would be the second most taboo belief that you hold? And I want Destiny's thoughts on either of these, whether they should be censored. And I'll ask Ed the same question, and then Keith.
Probably my other one is that race is real. I'm a race realist. I think that there's genetic differences between the races.
Damn, we really are going back to 2016, aren't we? Man, I called it. I fucking called it.
Opposed to everything being environmental. And those are broad categories of talking about Jewish people.
Essentially, when conservatives and alt-righters and stuff say race is real, or they say they're a race realist, what they're saying is they don't believe that there are any environmental impacts whatsoever on why you see, say, a gap between white people and black people, like average, when it comes to IQ, why you see a gap when it comes to representation and crime. They don't believe that there could be any biases, any history, or outside factors, despite how overwhelmingly agreed upon by scientists, biologists, academics across the board that these reasons are. They believe that, that race is real, quote unquote, that every group of people is an actual race in the same way that, as different as World of Warcraft races are from each other, right? And that these differences represented in data are just accounted for by biology and genetics, with the implication, of course, though they'll oftentimes not come out and say it, though Nick did oftentimes say it overtly back in the day when there was far less moderation of these platforms and he could get away with it, was the fact that if you agree that black people commit way more crime than white people, and you agree that they do this because they are black, and that there is no other reason for this, then naturally the only conclusion is black people are inherently a danger to society. And Nick Fuentes doesn't have to tell you that. He doesn't have to say that. But that is the natural conclusion of those false claims that he's going to push to you. And when you get to that conclusion, it's all about simmering on it, festering on it, until eventually you come to the final conclusion that there is only one final solution, and that is mass violence. And that's how you get a Christchurch shooter.
Talking about biological diversity, human biological diversity. That's what people would say is the dissident right. Those are the two biggest taboo things they believe. And so for me, I guess those would probably be the big two.
So Destiny, these are two beliefs I'm guessing you disagree with. So should Nick have the right to speak about those two topics on any social media platform, not just X?
I mean, personally, I think that if you're large enough of a social media platform and you're hosting political conversations, I think almost any kind of mainstreamish, if more than 1% of people believe in it, there should probably be a conversation happening about it. So I would say that everything he's brought up, you should be able to talk about on most mainstream social media platforms.
I mean, obviously obviously any left-wing figure that makes a living off of talking about this stuff agrees with this. Obviously, you should be able to talk about anti-Semitism on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and all that stuff, because to defeat anti-Semitism, you have to talk about it. And you do have to debate these people. To an extent, I do agree with the idea that these people need to have a platform on which to be debated. On another hand, I don't think they should be treated equally by the algorithm. If in my ideal world, being a Nazi and doing Holocaust denial and hate speech wouldn't get you banned. It would get you suppressed. People who want to find your shit would find you, and they could support you, and they could watch you, but you're never going to end up in the recommended of some 15-year-old boy watching gaming content, right? And if someone wants to debate your beliefs, and you want to debate their beliefs, you can still do so. I would still be able to debate a Nazi on this platform, and they could say whatever they wanted, and it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't affect my platform, and I could debate them. They have their platform. It's just not spreading. The reason why we restrict the access and to platforms for these people is because with a platform, at least in the short term, their ideas spread. And it often fizzles out in the end, but before it does, it usually blasts like a powder keg, and violence occurs. Time and time again, this has happened. Going back before the Ku Klux Klan existed, this has been the case. And that is why it is standard procedure for so many companies and even our government to start to get a little nervous whenever this type of language becomes popular. And a figure like this starts getting a lot of traction. Because even if they're just going to be a flash in the pan, that flash usually ends with a few people getting run over by a car or shot up in a mosque.
Assuming political conversations happening, right? Like if you've got like a social media website for, people talking about, their cats and dogs, then I can understand banning the speech there. But for places like Facebook or X, Twitter, like I can understand people wanting to have those conversations here, and you should be able to. But again, I would like to repeat the same thing I've said a million times. It is so boring that nobody will actually present what it is they actually believe. I don't know if it's strategy or I don't know if it's cowardice, but like
what is it do you think that
It's cowardice of losing their platforms. They are so desperate to keep as many income streams as possible open. And saying this stuff isn't just a threat to their platform and their ability to gain popularity. It's also a threat to their income. Everything from the risk of having their accounts terminated with banks and their card shut down. Payment processors have blacklisted people before. I think Nick Fuentes is one of them. To just losing the platform that they are making their money from. There is a financial interest in not being 100% open about what they believe in, because these platforms they're making their money off of don't exactly stand by their ideas. At least not openly. They couldn't.
I'm hiding. I mean,
you just said two things that are objectively true that everybody believes it. Like Jews have a disproportionate.
So what am I hiding?
Jewish people
what am I hiding? What am I hiding and not saying?
Yeah, say it. So,
well, I can give a reason why people would hide their beliefs on that. I can give a reason why people would hide their beliefs on that. I mean, Destiny.
Wait, if you want to hide your beliefs, that's fine. But then say that. Be like, yeah, well, I'm not going to say what I actually believe because I'm not going to.
Yeah, but what is? You're letting the waters because
I can't say it. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people don't.
Go ahead and say it.
I can't. Okay.
Go ahead right now.
Say a minute ago that the Jewish thing was a myth and that Jewish people don't have a disproportionate amount of power in the media.
Who would say that?
Hold on.
It's two things. Okay. One, Jews obviously have a disproportionate amount, far more than the media, probably politically.
I'm not hearing what I'm hiding. I'm not hearing what I'm hiding. You made that accusation 3 times. I'm not hearing an
example. Can I finish a sentence? I know you're excited.
Yeah, answer the question.
I'm trying to, but you cut me off like every 2 seconds.
No, you're not. You're going in another direction. Name one specific example because you said it now 5 times. Oh, you're hiding. You won't say
I'm trying to get my answer.
Say it.
Eventually, let me do it. I know you're excited.
Let's hear an example. Say the example.
Yes. So
I'd say the cookie analogy. One of the most famous examples of him just doing Holocaust denial in the most pussy way possibly imaginable. I wish I could show the clip without it completely nuking my stream. I worry about that kind of thing, you know what I mean?
The idea that Jews disproportionately represent some part of the power structures is not the controversial nor the strong claim. That is an objectively true claim that everyone can see. The strong claim is the idea that there is a secret cabal of Jewish people that are working to undermine other races across the world that are coordinating and working through all of those structures of power. That's the controversial belief. That's the thing that you believe in and you preach. But then you come onto these platforms and you give the weak take of don't you think that most of the peoples in charge are kind of more Jewish than they really should be? Or the same thing with the race and IQ thing. Everybody who's reasonable at anything should acknowledge that there's going to be
fundamentally, if you want to have a debate about whether or not different races of humans, as we call them races, it's not really accurate, but it's the colloquial term we have to distinguish, say, a white person from a black person. If you look at it from an anthropological point of view, modern humans have not existed long enough for there to be any type whatsoever of substantial mental difference inherently between different cultures or parts of humanity. When you look at how, and obviously these people don't believe in evolution, but when you look at how long it took for like any single lynx species we've discovered to eventually die out and for another to emerge, and they usually don't die out and another emerges right away, you know what I mean? But the amount of time that takes is on a scale of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. So anatomically modern humans originated in Africa 200,000 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe a little more than maybe 250,000 years ago, but literally a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of the amount of time necessary for humans in different places to have been affected by different like factors that would overwhelmingly change you as a human. So outside of things like skin color and very basic physical attributes on the outside, everything else on the inside is basically the same, outside of very, very particular scenarios that have reasons for them. Like, for example, there are a lot of people that live in, I think, sub-Saharan Africa that have sickle cell anemia, and that makes them resistant to malaria. And because there are a lot of people with ancestry that trace back to sub-Saharan Africa and America, a lot of black people are oftentimes tested for sickle cell anemia because it can have some relevance for their health history. And there are certain things like lactose, like that has to do with like how much milk were they drinking in Africa? Not all that much, right? But if you live up in, say, like Sweden, they were in like in Northern Europe and stuff, they were drinking a lot of lactose for hundreds of thousands of years. But over the time that anatomically modern humans have existed, not enough time has passed for different races of people to have diverged beyond anything other than hair, like some physical attributes like having to do with like your eye shape. Like some people have wider eyes, some people have like way more narrow eyes, some people have different eye colors, some people have different facial structures. And like there are racists that get super like in the weeds about this in like a really fucked up way. But I do think there's like a very healthy and non-toxic way to appreciate the differences that have come about on a very surface level, in that like humans have for a relatively short time spread out and like have grown diversity. And I think that's special. We're all still human on the inside and like completely the same, especially when it comes to our brains, but we look different. And I think that's special, and I think that's actually a really good thing. Xander Hall, it is sickle cell, high blood pressure, and diabetes to resist malaria. Ah, thank you, Delancer. Delancer's a doctor, by the way, so they know their shit.
Genetic differences, probably even genetic differences between groups of people. But that's not your claim. Your claim is black people are dumber due to genetic reasons on whole versus white people. Like, that's the strong claim. You make the weak claim that it's like everybody believes in it, but then like the strong claim goes unsaid, and that's usually what people are upset about. Which you can argue about.
Okay,
But
so let me
own
just
up, man up and own your positions. Don't like say the most milquetoast, like obviously true things ever, and leave all the controversy, behind you. That's weak.
Yeah, see, the difference is that when you say these things, you're rephrasing them in the liberal perception way. You say, well, if you believe in race realism, that means you believe black people are dumb. No, if you believe in human biodiversity, you believe that there are genetic differences between people. IQ is a heritable trait, and blacks have a lower average IQ, on average, than white people. That's also a statistical fact.
How much do you... Okay, I hope Destiny brings up... Okay, how much of that difference do you think can be accounted for, then, by other factors? Because he's going to try to make fun of the idea that socioeconomic factors, as they'll laughingly say, could have any impact on that disparity.
That's also true in SAT scores. It's also true in IQ tests globally and in America. I've never hid from that. I said that in front of a crowd of black people at Iowa State. I said that in front of Myron. Hang on, and Myron is here. I said that in front of a panel of all black women on Fresh and Fit.
That's
because you're just reframing what I'm saying in a liberal way. And you're saying that if someone believes in genetic differences, then that means that you believe black people are dumb.
No,
and if you say that Jewish people influence us
all. Human biodiversity. Yeah, that is such a buzzword. What? Human biodiversity. For those who don't know what biodiversity is, within a ecosystem, biodiversity is the necessity for a large range of different types of organisms that fulfill a certain, like a wide variety of niches that are necessary to keep a balanced ecosystem in check and healthy. Biodiversity is not a thing within a species like for people. What the fuck is he talking about? Is he talking about like he could also potentially be referring to like inbreeding? I'm sorry, Nick, do you think that humans are inbreeding? by race mixing? He understands that by referencing, like, he's against race mixing. He understands by glorifying human biodiversity, whatever the fuck, biodiversity, whatever the fuck he means by that. He just glorified interracial relationships because that would increase human biodiversity. That's pro-race mixing. That, like, race mixing would improve human biodiversity. That is one of the easiest ways to, like, guarantee you are procreating with a partner as far away from being blood related to you as possible. Yeah. Did he just accidentally say interracial, like, race mixing is good? Interracial couples are good? Okay, cool. We love that. Let's go. Anti-miscegenation laws. We love it.
You believe in a shadowy cabal where they're like evil wizards and blah blah blah. So it's like, of course, I'm not going to say the caricature and the reframing that you're giving it because you disagree. You just don't like that people find it persuasive. That's why you put me on a blacklist and said I will never stream a Nick Fuentes. But then when I'm on a big space, then you got to show up to derail and disrupt and say, oh.
What was it that Nick Fuentes did to get on Destiny's blacklist again? There are very few people I've ever seen actually beat Destiny in a debate. One of them is Demon Mama, but let's see, what was it? Destiny Blacklist. I saw this one time. Oh, I think I found it. Is this it? Yeah.
Oh, also.
Okay. Let's see, is this it? Nick Fuentes. Ah, here it is. Nick Fuentes, you slimy little bastard. November 1st, 2023, indefinite, the blacklist, supporting a mass flagging/banning campaign. Fuentes deplatforming.jpg. Dude, Nick Fuentes supported a mass deplatforming campaign, and that's why Destiny blacklisted him. And he has a whole JPEG that has screenshots and info on it. I think Destiny's blacklist is public, dude. I think we can go look at these screenshots. It's not? Is it not? Oh, I don't think it is. Damn. Wait, that's actually insane. Wait, what a perfect... I'm so glad I fact-checked that. I don't know if Destiny remembers. He's probably smiling right now because he's remembering why he's on the blacklist. But, Nick's on the blacklist for engaging in a deplatforming campaign. The thing that he's arguing against right now and accusing Destiny of being in favor of. That is actually insane. The projection, the live projection, live 4K, 144 hertz projector.
All the persuasive stuff. Well, he's just lying. There's secret evil views that he has that you just aren't hearing right now. So that's why you're gonna break your one rule. You come on the podcast even though you
you're obsessed with comic book villains.
Because as you said, I do like that movie. Because as you said a couple years ago, you don't like when people like me talk to a large audience. You're the one that's hiding
7 people
political
DM'd
agenda.
to come here, okay? So I decided to come hang out.
That's
Hold on,
Keith. I want to
ask you both the same question. It's like seeing that back and forth between Nick and Destiny. Is there anything in that back and forth that should have been censored? Is there anything that could have, that could be considered hate speech or could have led to violence and should not be allowed on X or any other platform?
No, look, I think it should be up to the platform itself. If a platform wants to censor certain types of hate speech or certain types of incitement of violence, I think they should be able to do that.
Even despite sorry to interrupt you, but despite the amount of influence they have now compared to 10, 20 years ago, like if you give them that right now, they all just meet in one room. They can essentially control speech around the world.
Yeah, but I think that's their right as a corporation. I don't,
Ed, what's the platform's primary objective?
The platforms. What platform are you referring to?
All of them. Why do social media companies exist? What's their primary objective?
To make money.
To make money. And you're saying that they should be allowed to ban certain speech they don't like if that allows them to make more money, correct?
I believe, as in capitalism, I believe that's the way it should be.
So if Pfizer came along and decided to give a bunch of money to one of these social media platforms, would they allow anti-COVID vaccine conversations and speech or vaccine injury proof on their platform, or would they censor it to make as much money as possible?
I think it's up to them as a corporation to do as they please. Just like
the anti-vaxxers in the chat are all clapping. I really love that we have to take anti-vax shit seriously now. I remember 10 years ago when it was literally like the most non-taken seriously political, like not even political thing, but like conspiracy theory ever. And now being anti-vax is like mandatory to be a conservative. Like it's part of the conservative party line is to be anti-vax. They've brought back measles. Measles was extinct in America for over 20 years. And now we're having measles and what was it? Mumps outbreaks again. Mumps has been around for a little while. It's been around, but it's getting way more common because people aren't getting the MMR vaccine for their kids.
Donald Trump and Truth Social has censored liberals from his site.
That's fine, but we're talking about people getting
I think Elon Musk has the absolute right to run it the way he wants to do it. That's like and under his terms, that is, as long as something doesn't break the law, and I guess that can be subjective to some, like what's going on in Brazil. I think that's his right, and I think if that's the best way to run it, his platform will probably succeed.
Cool. So vaccine, I understand what you're saying. So vaccine injuries do exist. However, the platform's objective is to make as much money as possible, and Pfizer is funding the platform, so they're going to pretend vaccine injuries do not exist. So they are purporting a false version of reality. They are creating and aiding the Matrix and making people believe a version of reality that is not true, primarily for financial profit.
We're losing the culture war to people who believe that we live in a simulation. How much of that is our own fault, to be honest?
And those with the global centralized capital can control the narratives and control the world even at a better level than most political parties. Would you agree with that?
Well, Pfizer is not even worth that much money. Why do we assume Pfizer can control speech on...
It's an example.
Yeah, so you keep blaming it on the advertiser, or a company that's paying these companies. It's up to the media companies, it's up to their shareholders, what's in the best interest of those companies. That's how capitalism works in America. That's what I think most conservatives embrace. They embrace capitalism. Let the companies make up their own mind. If one business idea is not going to work out, if people don't like that, they're going to move to another platform. And we're seeing that with a lot of people who are moving away from Facebook.
Wouldn't there be any whistleblowers or credible claims coming from people on the inside that know about this? Like there's a lot of people involved with the ad teams on these social media sites. Any person could just get fired or quit because they disagree and then come out with like a bunch of photos and screenshots of like business agreements and dealings between like Pfizer and Twitter pre-Elon saying like, you got to ban anyone who says the vaccine is bad. Why does that not exist? Where's that? Where's the evidence of weird like behind the scenes fuckery?
On to X because they don't like this level of censorship they're getting on other platforms. So they move to X. Just like the media, you can watch Fox News, you can watch News Nation, you can watch, there's a plethora of different media outlets that you can consume if you don't like what one media outlet's putting out there. It's not the government saying, oh, the media can't talk about the Pfizer vaccine or say that it has side effects. If that would be an infringement on the First Amendment. But in capitalistic society, these companies can run the way they want without government interference. So if the government starts interfering and saying you can't run your platform how you want, then that's going to be the government interference, and that's going to be against the First Amendment.
Okay, well, that's another argument because there's Twitter files and there's a whole rabbit hole.
Well, and the Twitter files also, the Twitter files showed that a lot of stuff went on. People requested a lot of things to be removed. And Twitter, being a publicly run company, publicly held company, they made up their mind on what they believed was best.
Let me simplify the question. Do you believe the people? So what you're effectively saying, we agree on the fact that those with the money can control certain narratives and how they're perceived and discussed. Would you agree with that?
Those with money definitely have more control, yes.
Yes, and they can control on a public forum how certain things are perceived and discussed because they have the money. And when I say advertise, what I truthfully mean is donate and lobby. That's what they do. They donate and lobby to platforms to get their point of view.
Yeah, of course, on certain platforms they can, but on certain platforms they can't. Like, let's say X, for example.
Well, absolutely, because it's free speech. So this is where we're going back into I'm only going back over this because we talked about earlier when you guys were saying the primary objective of the media is to make money. And I said...
That is the primary objective. I mean, there's really no arguing that.
Okay, well, if that's their case, then they're going to take money from the large centralized power structures and they're going to purport any false version of reality that it takes them to make as much money as possible. And people who donate the money to make as much money as possible.
If that's in the best interest of the shareholders, perhaps. I'd like to think that shareholders have an ethical side of things too, and if they see that happening, they're not going to be as interested in investing in that company. So, I mean, I think the board of directors and the shareholders are going to have the ultimate say there, and I don't think most people want that.
But do you think
we're actually arguing anti-vax shit right now? I hope we get to more interesting stuff. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit.
Architected their entire national security state. The people that had lied to us about torture, that had lied to us about WMD.
Yes, I understand. You can talk about things from 20 years ago. That's fine. But the reality is, and look who broke it. The most mainstream media people in the world. Giuliani had a copy of the drive. This is a mainstream ex-mayor of New York, and then the New York Post, a mainstream media publication. Post Giuliani was not mainstream. How old are you?
So let me ask you.
I want to hear this. Hold on. I want to hear this. You don't think the New York Post counts as mainstream media, and you don't think Giuliani wasn't a mainstream
New York's mayor,
political figure in the United States of America?
New York Post
America's mayor actually was his nickname back in the day.
Absolutely counts as mainstream media. What I'm saying is that a singular journalist got the scent, got the trail, and decided to write the story.
But I'm asking, how is that possible? And that was a mainstream media publication. How would that be possible? The CIA and the NSA and the FBI are controlling all these things.
You clearly haven't done any research on how the CIA actually do.
Your mic is really bad, but just so what you're saying, Destiny, is that let it all sound by. Go ahead, Keith.
What I'm saying is that when you actually research how the CIA influences journalists, it's not like journalists are literal robots where the CIA has a literal game controller where they actually like move their mouths. They peddle influence through payoffs or through like promotions or through just making friendships. Like it's not as simple as just saying we literally control everything that everyone says. That's not how the world works.
No, it's not. Hold on, no. It's easier to censor one story by like contacting a journalist and threatening his family than it would be to falsely get like every single intelligence.
When do they argue When does Destiny argue with Tate? Oh, does Tate leave?
Is allying with Russia, who's killing our soldiers. Then a year after, and by the way, that's after the election, they came out and said, yeah, that wasn't true. They came out and said, see, well, we source our intelligence on the ground. Some of it has a high degree of confidence, and some of it has a low degree. And this one had no degree of confidence. But it took them a year to correct it after it had already served its purpose. Same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop. They totally put the lid on that one because they said, we were told it's Russian disinformation. Turned out to be authentic after the election. Just like the 40 beheaded babies. 40 beheaded babies!
Do you know what didn't turn out to be authentic, though? The Hunter Biden laptop conspiracy wasn't that Hunter Biden had a laptop. Or that that laptop had anything like embarrassing on it. The argument was that Hunter Biden had a laptop that on it was containing petabytes of child porn. And that on that was evidence of Hunter Biden engaging in or running a child sex trafficking ring. It was connected to like Pizzagate and QAnon. So, yes, there was a laptop. The laptop did have pictures of Hunter Biden's cock on it. Do you know what it also had photos of? Nothing but of age, well, actually quite a bit older, women who are sex workers that he paid fair and square to, like, snort cocaine off his dick or whatever. Which, you know what? That's his prerogative. It's not legal, but it's not pedophilia. So you can say Hunter Biden laptop as much as you want, but the claim was that he was a pedophile, and that Biden was protecting a pedophile, and no evidence of that came out. The laptop leaked, the photos on it leaked, no pedophilia, just a big hog and lots of bitches, and lots of crack and lots of coke and weed. So everyone just thinks he's cool now, and everyone thinks Biden's a good dad for that nice message he left his son. You know what? Let's cleanse ourselves by listening to that message Biden left Hunter. Biden message to Hunter. This is one of the things that leaked. This is a message that where is it? God damn. Google does not want me to find this. Who knows where that text exchange between Biden and Hunter, where Biden's like, hang in there, buddy. I'm always here for you. Like, I love you and I'm proud of you. No matter what happens, I'll always be here for you. It just came off as, like, so endearing and nice and genuine. It was just him, like, loving his son. I can't find it. I'm sorry, you'll have to believe me. It exists. You know how it is. We did a whole segment about what Google's done. Google knows what I'm looking for, and that's why it's not coming up. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please comment down below what you thought of this situation, or even if you didn't like it, comment down below as well. The engagement really helps. I do appreciate it. And if you also want to help completely for free, you can drop a like or a thumbs up on this video, VOD, whatever you're watching, whenever or however you're watching. Every thumbs up is basically a prod to YouTube to push my content and my channel out in the algorithm to more people, and it helps a whole lot, so I really appreciate it. Follow my social medias linked down below, subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications if you haven't already. And of course, if you want to support me directly, please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or buying merch through Streamlabs as well. There is a link down below to all of these things. And of course, if you want to be a part of my community, you should join my fan Discord. It's free and the link is down below. It is the hub of my fan base. We do watch parties, game events, call-in streams, and all sorts of cool and fun stuff there. In fact, in just a few moments, I'm going to be wrapping up stream, and we're going to be hopping into the Xander's Theater channel in my Discord to do another watch party of Season 2 of From. We're going to be watching episodes 4 through 6 at least tonight, depending on... Might do more if more people show up and stick around and want to keep going. But yeah, it's going to be super hype, and I am very excited. So I hope to see you all there, and I hope you enjoyed. What do you guys think? How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Good Seggy. Good segment. What do you think of Joe Biden helped his son get off cocaine and deal with Beau Biden's death? That was base. That was very kind of him. I found the audio message too late. I'm sorry. Thank you guys for finding it, though. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, too late, but I appreciate you guys finding it. All right. Guys, what a fantastic stream we had today. I really appreciate all the kind support. Don't worry, though. The party is not over. If you haven't already, please consider hopping in to the Xander's Theater chat in my Discord. I'm currently starting the stage as we speak from Season 2 Watch Party. Starting the stage. Balth is already here. Love that. Love that. Yeah, everyone's already hopping in. We've already got 6 people in. 7, 9, 10. 13. Keep on hopping in, guys. I love seeing you guys join. So hop in there. I'm going to be making an announcement after I wrap up stream, and I'm talking in the VC in there myself, so we can get more people in there. But please, please, please consider joining the watch party. Oh god, I got the sun going on me like Jesus. These watch parties are super fun. If you haven't been to them before, you are seriously missing out. They are such a blast, and I really hope you consider joining and having a fun time with us. Yeah, it's fantastic. We're going to get real spooked by some dope horror media, and it's going to be great. I'll talk to all you guys later. Thank you so much for watching. Come join my Discord and get into Xander's Theater for the watch party. I'll see you there. Have a good one. Thank you for coming, and I love you all. Get in there. Join. Doo-doo fart.